Welcome back, boxing fans, to another great show with Sean on boxing. We're here for the DAZN Stanionis fight on DAZN. Right now, we're getting one of the most hyped, up-and-coming young prospects, and that is the man, the myth, the legend.
He's making the walk. Pretty cool.
The sacrificial lamb.
Because of his personal issues outside the ring, because of the fact that he couldn't get his career going, couldn't get promoted, couldn't do a lot of things. Now at 36 years old, he's making the walk. So, yes, let's look at the positive side of things. Big moment for William Jackson.
And look, we know what William Jackson is here for. He's here to be the second
William Jackson.
Jones' career. But guys, we have seen too many times prospects fall victim to what more.
I've heard I've missed some fights so far.
Definitely has to be careful coming to this fight.
And that's the same T-shirt that Chris Mannix usually wears.
I think he borrowed it.
No one has a better neck, tighter neck.
Oh. I'm just trying to find my boxer thing. What's up, man?
And now
Here we go. Omari Jones making his second professional fight. Obviously, he's going to be with limited opposition, but he's a really skilled kid. Looks good.
Outside of the ring, in fact, earlier this week, he spoke to over 100 young boxers here in South Jersey at the community-based gym to help inspire the next.
Oh yeah, I forgot this fight card's happening in Jersey, Atlantic City.
And now I want to use boxing to help change other kids' lives.
Yeah, he's favored to win significantly here, while the fans don't know he can be.
Yeah, so Omari Jones is with William Jackson right now, but the guy we already saw fight earlier today, we had Tamir Smalls get a victory. We also had Jurasov get a victory against Ocampo. So we've already had quite a few fights tonight. Shakur's brother or cousin or nephew, I'm not sure exactly what he is. He ended up getting his second career victory as well. Not second, maybe his fourth. So most of the young prospects have been successful. After this, we have the two main fights, Raymond Ford and Boots Ennis. So not that much longer in the fight card. Good.
We are set to go with a special welterweight attraction. And it's all being brought to you courtesy of Mr. Eddie Hearn of Natural
Eddie Hearn.
We're brought to you by Bet Online, Everlast, El Mexicano, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Riyadh season. Visit Atlantic City and Drip.
Omari Jones looks like a special talent. So it'll be fun to watch his progression throughout his career and see how good he can really be. Look at the bags under that guy's eyes. God damn.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, 6 rounds of boxing scheduled in the welterweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner, he wears red with white trim. He scaled 150 pounds. His professional record,
13 wins, 5 losses, and 2 draws.
With 5 wins coming by way of knockout. He fights out of Cincinnati, Ohio. Please welcome William Action Jackson.
Action Jackson.
And his opponent across the ring fighting out of the blue corner. He was red with black and gray trim. He scaled 149 and 1/2 pounds. His young professional record thus far perfect. 1 fight, 1 victory, and that victory.
The new Roy Jones coming out of Florida.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 2024 Olympic bronze medalist fighting out of Orlando, Florida, Omari Banger Jones.
I don't know if I really like the nickname Banger. I don't know how well that translates. Banger and mash. It's not the best name. He might want to get a better nickname moving forward in his career. What's up, Drunk Irishman? So here we go for one of the top young American prospects in the game, Omari Jones. This should be easy work, but these fights are fun just to see a guy levels above his opponent. you get to see him actually style and profile, which obviously when he steps up against great competition, you may not get to see. And we're off round one. You can see Omari Jones got some long arms, so you should be able to establish that jab and the distance pretty easily. Bronze medal Olympian, so obviously very good amateur pedigree. Even though his shorts kind of look like fucking Santa Claus. That's why I'm wearing a red shirt. I'm trying to match. Oh, he's available for that looping right hand. Keeps his hand down a little too low. He can get touched to the temple. Nice body shot. Prodding and poking with that jab, trying to set up that right hand. Omari Jones. I don't know what kind of power he's going to have as a pro. Obviously, that's going to be an interesting thing. Being a boxer, puncher like he is, if he's got some real power, then he's somebody to definitely pay attention to. Moving a lot laterally. You still have that amateur style in him. Oh, first body shot he lands and his opponent's done. This guy definitely did not come to last. The fight is over already. Much to do about nothing. What's up, Stringer? What's up, Asuma? Good morning. Man, come on. That body punch couldn't have been that fucking serious. The dude's moving away. The other guy's moving away. It's like moving opposite directions and you land the punch. Man, I didn't even work up a sweat. It's not even worth my time. I'm curious what a guy like him, a bronze medal Olympian, obviously with Eddie Hearn, big expectations are on him. How much money is he getting for his second career fight?
Good body shot from Omari Jones. I think Omari Jones looks more stunned than anybody. He's like, that's the shot that ended it?
I know.
Okay, maybe I'm stronger than I thought I was. But Action Jackson didn't give us much action at all.
No, he must have been the Tito of the Jacksons. The man didn't come to perform.
Okay, he landed a shot. But usually a right hand to the body is not the shot that stops you.
You need to experience that feeling because it's a shock to the entire body and your legs refuse to get up. Look, it's an instant pain, an instant reaction, and the first thing you want to do is just get in that fetal position and just put it.
That fetal position. Okay, enough with you. We don't need to hear about your fetal position. Andre, what's up? Long time. Would you be surprised if the main event went the distance? I would not be surprised at all if the main event goes the distance. I would expect it. In my prediction, in my prediction league, that's what I said. I predicted that it will go the distance because I'm just not sure if Boots is going to be able to get Stanionis out of there. Stanionis is going to come in the best shape of his career, really focused, really hungry, wanting to prove something. And even if he's getting beat, he's still not going to want to fucking go out like that. So I can't imagine him getting knocked out. But if Boots knocks him out, that's going to be sensational. That's exactly what we hope to see Boots do. Raise his level to where he does knock out a really good, solid opponent like Stanionis. Even though I saw True School saying that Stanionis and Boots shouldn't be for Ring Magazine, he was saying that it should be Howard. Howard? I don't know why I always say his name wrong. The WBO champion. And Boots should be the fight for Ring Magazine. But he was offered the fight. He walked away from the fight. If he would have signed that fight, he would be fighting Boots for Ring Magazine. You can't force a guy to fight. If you're going to walk away from big opportunities, why are we going to fucking kowtow to you, right? And he was saying, oh, he had that great win against Santillan. Yeah, that great win. One great win. Stanionis also had great wins, right? Several. And he's been on the scene longer. He's been relevant longer. He's been a WBA regular champion. He's just a more relevant fighter at this point of his career. The other kid, he's still got shit to prove. His first title defense was good. He beat the guy handily in a very uninteresting matchup. Hopefully he can get better competition. Maybe the winner of this next. That's what we hope for. That would be the perfect scenario. Howard, Norman. I want to see Boots knock out Norman, but who knows if he'll be able to make 147 again. Stanionis' story is cool, man. That all access type vid Matchroom did was sick. No, it's always nice to see the background to build up stories, see who these people are. Oh, let's listen to this young kid talk.
How'd you feel about that performance?
I feel great about it. He was a veteran, so we was looking at this fight to get some rounds. So hey, if I can do something like that,
get some rounds.
Get him out of there. But all glory to God for this victory for sure.
There are a lot of times we ask fighters if they know they landed a big body shot, they really know it. Did you know when you landed that body shot, you're going to put him out?
Absolutely. I mean, I was in the corner, I was moving. He came out strong, and my coaching team told me he came out with big shots. He came aggressive. But,
Punch didn't look hard.
Tight, and then I looked for the shot and landed it.
Think he was going to get up?
I was hoping so it can go on, but he did it. So hey, we're on to the next one.
2 fights into your pro career, what's your assessment of how things have gone so far?
I'm enjoying how things are going. We're getting opponents, and I'm just keeping on performing. It's nothing that I'm not used to. I'm good for this moment, and we're going to keep trying.
You're a decorated amateur Olympic bronze medalist. What's the adjustment been like for you in the pro ranks? What's been the biggest challenge for you so far?
The biggest challenge pretty much been the build-up, the media stuff. Nothing's really changed. The Olympics, you just get there and you fight, but a lot of it is now a build-up, and I'm enjoying every moment of it.
You came into this fight under 150 pounds. What do you think is your future weight in boxing?
Hopefully 154, 147, just depends on where I land at and where my body's going to go. I'm still growing and filling out, so we'll see in the next coming years.
I think the man next to you would like to run you out 7-8 more times in 2025.
He should.
What do you want the rest of your year to look like?
Yes, I mean, that was the plan from the beginning with Eddie when we sat down and talked to stay busy. We're staying busy. I'm right back out here in 3-4 weeks for my amazing debut at home, and we'll see what Eddie has for me next.
Back to Orlando, hopefully?
Hopefully. That's what I want. Back to Orlando, Florida. Let's do it.
No magic trunks for this fight.
No, I actually went with my high school colors, Edgewater High School, red and gray. I wanted to get back to my community.
That's my high school colors, red and gray.
Thank you.
I thought it was more like red and white. His.
Representing his old high school. He has a college degree, by the way, a degree in business from Valencia College. He started his own clothing line, and he's also already written a book entitled The Journey of an Olympian. Sergio, what have you done?
None of those accomplishments, man.
Oh, it's good, eh? Look at this kid. He's motivated. He's fucking got his nose to the grindstone, really doing shit early. I still haven't wrote my book, The Adventures of an English Teacher. Stay tuned. It's going to be New York Seller's best top 100. Hopefully somewhere near the top, not the bottom. Yes, that's what I thought. For sure, Butayev is a better win than anyone Boots and Norman have beaten. I ain't sleeping on Stan. He might beat both Norman and Boots. Exactly. That's why it's a really great fight. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be getting nearly as much push as it should, which you can only blame American YouTubers because people just aren't really talking about this fight nearly as much as they should. And if Boots is going to be the future, you should be fucking hyping him up now. You should be giving him flowers. But yeah, this is a unification fight. Think about this compared to when Bud Crawford versus car crash victim. What's his name? Errol Spence. When Errol Spence fought Sean Porter, right? That fight got tons of hype. Obviously, Errol Spence had been built up a little more, had done a little more, had a few more big victories, but it's a similar situation. They're both in big fights, really legacy fights for their careers at this point, unification. This fight is going to tell us who the best fighter at 147 pounds is. And that doesn't take away from Norman. Norman had his chance, and hopefully he will have more chances moving forward. I would love to see Norman fight the winner, right? That would be the perfect scenario, right? If that's Boots, Norman and Boots. If it's Stanionis, Norman and Stanionis. Next, right? I heard Cristiano Ronaldo will be ringside at Canelo's fight. Oh, of course he will. Of course he will. Cristiano Ronaldo, they give him those free tickets to be there beside Turkey, right? Because they're hoping to pull those Cristiano Ronaldo fans to the events. And I mean, if you could get 20% of Cristiano Ronaldo fans to pay attention to Saudi Arabian boxing, the events would be fucking doing great. His social media presence is huge, gigantic. That's why also when we talk about American fans and their self-absorption, they don't understand that the sports they follow are really not that big. Football in America is huge, but outside of America, nobody pays attention. Baseball is bigger globally than football is. Basketball obviously is big globally as well, but compared to soccer, football, oh my God, it pales in comparison. Messi and Ronaldo, superstars. Ronaldo is royalty pretty much anywhere he goes. Yeah, well deserved, right? Well deserved, and he loves that shit. That guy is totally he loves the shiny lights. That's why him and Messi are so different. You have the one guy that just is all about me, look at me, and then Messi, who's far more head down, focused on his family and just his team and playing. And I'm a Messi fan above Ronaldo, but nothing against Ronaldo. LeBron's star pales in comparison to Ronaldo. Oh yeah. Well, also because I guess they've been around about the same amount of time, right? How long has Ronaldo been pro now? I mean, because I always forget how long LeBron's been a pro, but it's like 20 something years, isn't it? So Ronaldo is similar, but I think obviously Ronaldo's been around longer. When Ronaldo was playing for Manchester United, LeBron James wasn't a pro yet, I don't think. Let me know. Off the top of my head, I think obviously Ronaldo was a pro several years longer than LeBron was. But then, I mean, playing football, you're also traveling. You're just hitting the globes, World Cup and everything else. I mean, what basketball event is like World Cup? The Olympics? No, because the Olympics is not only about basketball. So I don't think it gets nearly as much push as World Cup gets. I mean, in Taiwan, you don't see people pay attention to sports too much at all. But when World Cup comes, literally it's everywhere. It's actually on TV in Taiwan. You go to bars and bars are all playing it. Taiwanese people actually are going out drinking and actually representing, which for 3 years and 11 months, you never see that. And then World Cup comes out and then all of a sudden people are everywhere. The game with, who was it? Argentina versus France. I went to a bar. That place was fucking jam-packed. And on my walk home, every single bar I walked past was jam-packed full of people, which is normal outside of Taiwan. But what I'm trying to tell you is if Taiwan pays attention that much, it gives you a good perspective because Taiwan doesn't care. Ronaldo was a pro before Man U. I forgot the name of his first team. Yeah, probably some team in Portugal, right? Yeah. Who's this? Richard Hitchens. Man, with the money you got, kid, those shorts got to go.
How excited are you for that?
I'm excited.
Ugly.
To be honest, we couldn't get Teofimo Lopez. Everybody wanted that fight to be next.
Oh, we're getting there.
So why not get the guy that beat Teofimo Lopez? So I think that it'll be a great fight for my career, and I'm happy. Yeah, what do you think of his last performance on Cambosis? He did what he had to do. He fought a guy off I think a last minute replacement, and he got the victory. All I was worried about was him getting victory. He did that. It's a pure outfight, and it's time to. First of all, you are from Brooklyn, so I got to give you a shot for the fashion. You're creeping up to
I'm
one of
from
the best.
Brooklyn and I didn't get any compliments from
Listen, you're becoming one of the best dressed boxers. I got to give you that look. But you mentioned Teofimo Lopez that talks about Alcatraz. He talks about a huge fight possibly with you and Teofimo Lopez. How realistic is that?
I think it could be next. It talks about maybe him and Boots end this. Maybe he might do this. Maybe he might do that. But he voiced that he wanted to unify Richards and Hitchens next. I'm gonna get past my job with Cambosis and let's make it happen next. I think it makes sense for both of us.
There's bad blood between you guys. I guess you're both from the same city, but recently it's become a little bit more tense. Talk about why is it that he has a target on his back in your eyes, and where does the bad blood come from?
He's just another guy that he's in my weight division. He claims he's from New York, and I feel like I've been the guy that's been holding the city down. I've been the guy that's been, carrying the weight for the city. I've been doing this since the Olympics, representing New York City. Only world champion in New York City in, the last decade. So it's time for me to claim my throne, defend the throne, and whoever it is that comes my way, I'm gonna always hold it down for New York City. That's just what it is.
I'm gonna have to interject here a bit. I think if we're talking about the battle of New York City, I'm gonna have to interject, and maybe you and I get in the ring to settle this debate.
No, you probably got that.
I don't want to be excluded from this conversation. Give me a fair shot too. Well, listen. Speaking of battles,
as she's talking, it's OnlyFans behind.
Or what do you think? How does he get his name back out there and keep up all the disrespect over on his name?
We can jump in and watch her OnlyFans after the event. What's up, Jay?
He's complaining about the IBF rules maybe slowing him down. Because a lot of times when Richards and Hitchens say the IBF rules slows him, when I say slow me down, they say I'm making excuses. But as a fighter, I know that can slow you down. And I feel like he's unifying. That's out the window. If he's going to be at the best, he's going to be the best booth we can see tonight. And I'm expecting him to show up. But it won't.
Well, that's true. The whole IBF scenario. Did you guys watch the weigh-in? I didn't see anything yesterday. I was in the mountains all day, so I didn't see the weigh-in and how he looked. But a lot of the stuff I've heard about Boots is he looks really terrible on the scale yesterday. And that's even without needing to do that whole IBF bullshit, right? So it'll be interesting to see if he's got the power that he needs against a guy like Stanionis. The chat is so peaceful without the usual trolls. That's true. That's true. You throw a couple trolls in here and it heats up quick. But mind you, it's just starting. Obviously, people are just getting together, getting their heads shaken up, getting coffees in them. Well, I guess not for you guys. It's me. You guys are just getting beers in ya. He didn't look too bad on the scale. They did the weigh-in hours before. Well, that's now what they do, right? Now the true weigh-in is earlier, and then you go on the scale, and you've already had some chances to rehydrate. Welcome back, Hard Recoil. So we're in for a big matchup. Obviously, the Raymond Ford fight. He's in with a dangerous opponent. Tall, long, good fighter. And then Boots Stanionis. That shit's going to be hopefully a great fight. Wait until Richard Sampson gets out of this Walmart shift. Once he gets in out of his Walmart shift and starts fucking talking about Golovkin. Very drunk tonight. Hard Recoil. Cheers. I went to a birthday party in the mountains yesterday. Great venue, right? It used to be, Taiwan is very small and everything's in the mountains, so it's like tiered. And they had greenhouses on the tiers originally, this guy's family. So they tore down the greenhouses and he just turned it into like a camping spot. And of course, then they have like one old sort of farmhouse, which is sort of breaking down and deteriorating, but it's super cool. Got a lot of vibes and character. Started to rain a little bit. So we took like the DJs in there and the guys were spinning, playing tunes. Most of the people were sleeping over, but I was with my friend and he brought his kids. So we headed out around 10 o'clock and I headed back. But great venue, really cool. It's amazing what people can do. Like that kid, you think, I don't know how old he is. He's not that old, maybe like 25 to 30. But this is his job now. His parents have this land. They're not interested in running it anymore. So what do? You end up just turning into a campsite. You and your dog manage it. Perfect. Salute Power went out. What I miss. Jones ended up winning, which was not a surprise. It was not very interesting. He landed one power body shot, and the guy went out, down and out. Now we're just waiting for the build-up for the Raymond Ford fight. Obviously, the last fight ended really quick, so now they're just trying to prepare the guys. I don't know how long we have to wait, but is Taiwan smaller than Japan? Oh, way smaller than Japan. Do you know Vancouver Island? Victoria? It's the same size as that island. And that island just on the west coast of Canada, it has 500,000 people. Taiwan is the exact same size and has 26 million people. So population density is deep. Here's this kid. He looks big, man, to Raymond Ford.
You got to think about it. He's always the bigger fighter in his fight. Obviously, not going to try that. I'm different. I do things that people don't want to do. You know, I go to the problems. So I don't run from it.
It's going to be an interesting style matchup because this kid is longer than Raymond Ford, also naturally bigger, a real 130-pound fighter. Actually, a kid that probably could go to 135. He got like a good 2-3 inches over Ford. But for Ford, the question is, what do you guys want to see Raymond Ford do next? Because now you're at this 130-pound division with your crazy fluorescent yellow fucking shorts. We want to see him in with a good opponent. They were talking about potentially Fulton moving up to 130 and facing Oshaki Foster, but we don't need that shit. I mean, Raymond Ford is right there. If you want to make a skilled fighter against another skilled fighter, do Raymond Ford versus Oshaki Foster. That fight's a no-brainer, makes tons of sense. Fans will be down for it. Yeah, Taiwan is huge, population-wise, small otherwise, which is great because, like I said, we went to the mountains yesterday, and you're really just in the mountains. Sun Moon Lake is there, which is the biggest lake in Taiwan. And literally, it's only an hour drive from Taichung, which is one of the 3 biggest cities in Taiwan. What you sipping? I got a 6-pack of Guinness. Well, this is kind of like Guinness. It's Starbucks black coffee, Pike Place roast. So it's kind of like Guinness, dark, but less alcohol. It's disappointing they don't tell us their reach. So you got their height, you got their weight. What's the reach, man? Because I think Matthias has about a 4-inch reach advantage over Raymond Ford. So Raymond Ford's going to have to do what he did against that Uzbekistan fighter. He fought at 126. He's going to have to be front foot forward and aggressive, which is going to make this fight potentially really entertaining.
Rounds of boxing scheduled for the WBA Continental North American Super Featherweight Championship. Set to make his ring walk, please welcome the challenger, Thomas Gunnerman Matisse.
Gunnerman.
All right, Sergeant, how would you describe the fighting style of Thomas Matisse, who does have that massive 73-inch wingspan?
73.
Sets up, stands on the wingspan, just set up a big right hand. Does have power behind it. Has a good chin. He's one of those guys that if you stand in front of him, he can be very dangerous. He had over 100 amateur fights. Has a lot of confidence too. So look, another fighter from Cleveland, Ohio. I tell you all the time, these guys in Cleveland and Ohio, the Michigan area, they're just born with boxing gloves, man. This guy can fight. that's the good news. The bad news, he hasn't fought a southpaw in about 8 years. So that's going to be a little bit tricky.
No southpaws.
Very confident. He's looking for this opportunity, and like Chris said,
22, 4-1, 17 KOs, never knocked out. And all his losses were pretty controversial. Right? Isaac Cruz, majority decision. Melendez, 8-rounder, unanimous. And then Edward Hernandez.
His last opponent was a 126 coming up. Thomas Matisse is a full-fledged 130. He has fought either at 130 or above his entire
But I think that's what Raymond Ford has to do.
And now entering the arena, please
They say this kid's got 100 amateur fights, but on BoxRec it says 4-7 for his amateur resume. So crazy, eh? Raymond Ford in the house.
The evolution of Raymond Ford have been really interesting because initially this guy was a strip boxer, a slide boxer.
Well, he's an Olympic amateur fighter, right? So who's that? Adrian Broner gonna rap for him?
He's become a savage, knocking down guys like Lucas twice in the ring, knocking down Magdaleno twice, knocking down Orlando Gonzalez twice. This is a vicious man right here in Raymond Ford, and the confidence is through the roof.
But that outfit is ugly as fuck.
Listen to the lyrical smoothness of Poe. 1300. Ray Savage, the first homegrown, so to speak, American champion that Matchroom signed. He won that widely recognized world title. And Sergio
No, Richard hasn't been whining yet. I don't think Floyd started that because I think Zab Judah was doing that as well and other people. I remember Zab Judah and Floyd Mayweather were both on an artist's rap video together before they were both really hyped up and well before they actually fought each other. But I don't remember who it was that they fought. But I think Raymond Ford, it's going to be a good fight for him. I think he's going to win, obviously. He's just a more versatile, well-rounded fighter. The question is, does he really have any power at this weight division? I know people are saying he's more powerful at 130, but he was never really powerful at 126. So if he's becoming more powerful, it's not because of the weight. I think it's because he's sitting down on shots more. I think Roy maybe. Richard is busy at his Walmart shift, bro. Roy Jones. Well, that Roy Jones song that Roy did, still a good song. That song is fucking great. I remember Fat Joe coming in with Trinidad. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's ever since there was rappers, right? And obviously Black American fighters, the culture just kind of obviously is hooked together naturally. Mutual respect, right? What do they say? Real sees real. Marvin Hagler came out with Lil Wayne once. He was carrying Lil Wayne. He was carrying Lil Wayne into the ring. And Lil Wayne was still drinking fucking, what was that stuff that he drinks? Grape drank. Here we go. That's an ugly tattoo.
4 defeats, 1 draw, with 17 big wins coming by way of knockout. He fights out of Cleveland, Ohio. Here is the former WBO Intercontinental.
I don't know why anybody would want to stay in Cleveland, fucking Ohio. If you could get out, you'd get out. That place is as bad as fucking Detroit. The only good thing that came out of Cleveland was WKRP. Do you guys remember that show? WKRP in Cincinnati? Savage. See, that's a good nickname.
130 pounds, bang on. His professional record, 16 victories, 1 defeat, 1 draw, with 8 wins coming by way of knockout. Fighting out of Camden, New Jersey, here is the former WBA featherweight champion of the world and the reigning and defending WBA Continental North American Super Featherweight Champion,
What?
Raymond Savage. Oh!
Are those all his kids? You better win. Daddy got a lot of bills. Here we go. It'll be interesting to see how this fight unfolds. I'm hyped. came out to some Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden. That would probably be more likely. Brockton, Mass. Here we go. Round one is about to begin between Ford and Matisse. Matisse, the long, tall fighter. Ford, the shorter. Skilled, amateur, Olympian. Obviously, whoever can establish a jab is going to be important. As they were saying, Matisse hasn't fought a southpaw in 8 years, so that could be a big deal. But he knows, man, your jab's going to be neutralized, so you're trying to fucking lead with that right hand. Lead with that right hand. You got the reach. Lead with the right hand right down the middle. Pop fucking Raymond Ford right in the nose with that fucking lead right hand. Oh, look at Ford coming in hard. You can't try to land the jab too much, man. Jabs neutralize jabs. Right hand. Raymond Ford's much faster. That hand speed. That shaking Matisse a bit. And so far, Matisse's longer arms are irrelevant. He hasn't even landed a fucking punch yet. Come on, Matisse. You should be fighting like Tommy Hearns. Oh. Howler Ninja, thank you very much. You're a man among boys. What's up, Sean? You doing another live after this? Possibly. Placed all my bets on Stanionis. Hope he wins, man. Good luck. He's got a chance. Nice body shot from Ford. What's up, boss? That combination punching, man, that's causing a lot of problems for Matthias. But that's what you got to do, right? You're fighting a long boxer. You put those hands together. Boom. Again. He keeps getting hit with that right hand off the combination. I would love to see Raymond Ford versus Oshaki Foster. And, of course, Raymond Ford and Oshaki versus Navarrete. It's just, obviously, that's a very different stylistic matchup. Matthias' guns are in the holster. He can't get him out. He did not throw one fucking lead right hand in that whole round. How are you a longer fucking fighter fighting a shorter dude who's a southpaw? You come in there and you don't throw any lead right hands. Like, how are you going to be effective? Like, the most effective punch you could throw against a southpaw is your right hand, and he threw fucking zero. Zilch. 105, what? $10 after 42 on the Stanionis. Just, oh, that's good. Matisse has a stupid smirk on his face because he knows he fucking underestimated what he was going to have to deal with. That's what happens when you're miles slower than the other guy. Makes you hesitate. Exactly. Only thing I bet on is that Boots fight will go the distance. Yeah, and that's a smart bet too. That jumping right hand in the combination. He got hit with that shot 2 times clean and did not handle it well at all. Round 2. Yeah, that was a terrible round for Matisse. Great round for Ford. Let's see if Matisse can make adjustments or Ford's just going to continue to build up. Already, Ford's been much more effective with his jab, landing it to the head, landing it to the body. There you are. Jab, and then boom, good body shot, good left to the body. Putting his hands together in combination punching, and Matthias's hands are in the holsters. Timing beats speed, Matthias. Timing beats speed. Ford's being smart, going to the body, bringing it up in the head in the combination, being successful with that third punch. Ford jumps a lot when he throws that right hand. You could drop him if you throw anything. Yes, OnlyFans is the sponsor. That's why I think they have that female commentator. I think she's got a page. The link is in the bio. Oh, the inside fight starting. Finally, Matisse throws a fucking lead right hand. There you go, another one to the body. Like, why did it take you so long to do that, man? Keep your guard up, throw fucking the right hand to the body of the head. Oh. Don't do that, dude. Look at that. Matisse, finally you land the right hand. Like it only took you literally 5 minutes. 5 minutes before you started leading with your right. Combination punch in. That's what I always say Shakur needs to do. Let those fucking hands go when you got the guy like shelled up, right? Because it's not going to cost you anything. You got free shots, so you might as well like let your hands go. That's how you're going to open something up, land something clean, land something nobody sees. 2 rounds, Ford, 0 rounds for Matisse. But at least Matisse in the end of that round started having some success, started leading with his right hand. But yeah, right now Boss Deck is looking for that girl on OnlyFans. What's her name? She's from New York. That's all I know. Cheers. What's up, sports fanatic? Welcome. This podcast is brought to you by OnlyFans. Stay tuned. Look for my link in the bio for foot fetish photos. Round 3. Huh? What are you doing, DAZN? My fucking DAZN just went. Meow. Anybody else? Or is it only a Taiwan thing? Sean LeBron has 50,000 career points. Is he now the GOAT? No way. We're back up. Fight's heating up at least. Now Matisse is starting to throw. Let his hands go a little more. That's it. Change your levels. Do something. Shelling up and walking to him, though, Matisse only works if you fucking throw a punch. Try a hook. At least Matisse is game. That's more than we can say about the last fight. Oh, again with that jumping right hand. He puts those hands together and jumps for that right hand. That's not the most technically correct way of throwing a right hand, I don't think, Raymond. Go to the body, Ford. Whoa! What kind of crazy uppercut was that? That shit came from the shoelaces. Matisse, lead right hands. Let your hands go. Matthias is so frustrated, eh? Again with a jumping right, but missed this time. Ford hurts him every time he hits him with that jumping right hand. Or at least Matthias doesn't look like he takes it well. There you go. Good body shot. Let those hands go. Hit that body. Now you're there, Matisse. What are you going to do? You're going to throw a punch? I'm going to back you into the ropes, and then I'm just going to stand there and look at you and lose the third round. All that aggression and fucking, it was very pointless, ineffective. Iceman's in the house. Sorry, I didn't see you there, Iceman. I got to take my glasses off to watch the TV, put my glasses on to read the fucking English. Boots. That's also not the best tracksuit ever. How many fucking advertisements are on that shit? And who's the brother with the double vested jacket? Does anybody wear double vested jackets anymore in a suit? That shit's not in style anymore. You need 2 fucking buttons in the front, man. 2 buttons. No fucking double-breasted shit. Nobody's wearing double-breasted. This ain't the fucking 80s. Round 4. Let's see if there's anything Matisse can do to change momentum. I don't think so, but there you go. Good combination punching forward. Oh, Matisse threw a right hand. What happened? It landed. There you go. Keep popping out that right hand, Matthias. There you go again. Finally, you listen to your fucking corner. Change your levels. Throw the body right to the head. Throw it to the body. Again, caught with that fucking jumping right hand. It's going to kind of be that Lomachenko knockout punch he threw against Roman Martinez. He landed the body shot to right, and then he threw a jumping right hand and fucking caught him and dropped him and knocked him out. I think that's what Raymond Ford's going to do to Matthias. Imagine how lonely and uncomfortable it is being in the ring. Clearly fucking lacking the speed to be effective against your opponent who consistently is still getting the best of you. And there's nowhere you can go. You're trapped in the ring and you can't make adjustments. You just keep getting hit. Yeah. Double up the jab. It's ineffective, but at least you move into range and then throw the right hand down the middle. See, when this fight was announced, I stated, that as far as the opponent, it wasn't an opponent I was excited about. I felt that this guy was not on Ford's level, and Ford had 2 mediocre opponents in his move up to 130 pounds. And this is just proving it even more so. This guy, he's bringing nothing effective into this fight. This is like having a Friday night fight opponent type of guy versus an Olympic pedigree world champion. Round 4, and you're still ineffective and you didn't do anything. You threw 2 right hands early on and then zilch, nada. Fake ass. What's that? Guava next to boots, laugh out loud. What's guava? Am I reading that right? It looks like fucking the fruit in Taiwan. Guava. Boom. See, he just takes that punch bad, eh? He don't look comfortable getting hit by that right hand at all. And you know it's not that powerful. Sean Hu wins in Ford versus Foster. That's a good fight. I lean towards Ford. I think Ford is a better fighter than Oshaki. But Oshaki is a natural 130-pounder. Like this guy, he's tall, long. Obviously, he's been in with better competition and has been successful getting the victories, something Matthias has not been able to do. So I would favor Raymond Ford to beat Oshaki Foster, but I think that would be a much better fight. I think Oshaki Foster would be more effective and able to make adjustments and not be so outmanned as Matthias is. Matthias is putting pressure on, foot pressure, but then literally you're not even throwing a punch. So it's like, what's the point? Oh, there you go. You finally threw a right hand and you landed. Like, it looks like he's just trying to survive, and he knows if he's pushing Ford back, he's going to get hit less. High guard, push him back, and that way at least I'm not going to get knocked out. That was the first left hand, I think, that Matthias has thrown the whole fight. There you go. There was a right hand with some pop on it. Do that more. You should be dropping that down the middle all fucking night. There you go. That right hand was good, effective. He looks more effective when he's moving backwards and getting Raymond Ford to come at him and then just pot-shotting him with that right hand down the middle. What you got to like with Ford is the combination punching. Even if you're a boring, soft puncher, letting your hands go is always a good thing. It catches people's attention. And again, the right hand in the combination lands. Easy rounds. All I can say is at least Matthias landed 2 right hands that fight, or that round. Let's go Stanionis. What's up, Heinrich? It's crazy Funduro is now paying money to win 30 on a Stanionis decision. FanDuel. Oh, sorry. $5 to win 30 on the Stanionis decision. Sean, I'm hearing clowns say if Bud beats Canelo, he's top 3 all time. Do you agree? I think that's too high, but people are prisoners of the moment, right? Prisoners of the moment. This kid, Matthias, doesn't have anything for Ford. Nothing. Ford versus Foster will be high-speed chess. It'll be interesting to see how Oshaki deals with Ford's hand speed. I hate how fighters use their shoulder roll now. For 99% of fighters, it's useless. Well, that's it. Not everybody is Floyd Mayweather. Round 6. Floyd Mayweather was an anomaly, special, right? And used the shoulder roll when he could use it, and didn't rely on it. Also had a longer reach than everybody he fought, so he was always able to establish distance when he wanted to as well. Now Matisse just gonna like push him on the ropes and hold him and hug him. There you go, lead right hand, landed. His corner's like, dude, you got to do something. You're down 5 rounds. James Toney had a better shoulder roll. Yeah, but James Toney, problem with him is that unfortunately, because he was such a fat, lazy prick, we didn't always get to see the best of James Toney, right? So sometimes his performances were underwhelming. So it kind of clouds his greatness. But Tony was much more like Duran, the way he was able to, slide off those punches and counter seamlessly, fluidly, right? And just looked like he was so comfortable inside, no matter who he was fighting. Able to make you miss and make you pay. Floyd did as well, but Floyd relied a lot more on pot shots. Nice hook to the head from Ford. There you go, right from Matisse down the middle. I don't think Ford's going to be able to get rid of Matisse, but it's going to be an easy victory. See, that's the thing. They're talking about Ford's power, but I don't believe that Ford really has power. But that's okay. I don't think Oshaki Foster really has big power either, so power is not going to be the issue with those two guys. There you go. Another right hand you landed. Every time you throw it, it's effective. Mattias' eye is swelling up. Too many right hands clocking him. See, you did a little more in that round, but then you started doing more breakdancing than you did fucking boxing. You're not going to be winning anything by doing that shit. Stanionis. Where's he from? Fucking Liechtenstein? Fucking. Not from Ukraine, not from Kazakhstan, not from the Ukraine. Lithuania. That's it, Lithuania. Tony was more offensive. Yeah, which means he allowed you to come closer, right? He let you get into range to let your hands go so that he could open you up and then counter you. Ford don't have much of a mean streak either. Yeah, Lithuania. Well, Ford's a savage, right? So, I mean, he should have a crazy mean streak. What's up, Damon? Why don't you ever start at the beginning of the card? What do you mean? I started at 9 o'clock, which is what I said I was going to do. Because when they were talking about it, they said 9 o'clock. In Taiwan, it started at 8 o'clock, but I was just going with what they said, 9. And it's okay. That means I missed what? The Gisyoff fight? Did you even watch that fight? If you did, tell me. How did Gisyoff look? Did he look like he's one of the best welterweights in the world? Does he look like he's going to beat the winner of Boots Ennis and Stanionis? Because if the winner doesn't get a unification fight with Howard, Norman, then probably what's going to happen is he's going to have to fight his mandatory, which is going to be Gisyoff, which was a guy that fought early on in this card. My bad. 59 minutes is my bad. 59 minutes in. My bad, bro. Yeah, I watched the first fight with the young amateur, and then we've been live for this whole fight, this one as well. So the two main events, Ford and Boots. Ford's looking good, dominant, easily beating Matisse. What's going on with that weight division? Where's Ford ranked? Like, Matisse's shorts say WBA, so I'm wondering, are they going the WBA route, which means they're trying to chase after Lamont Roach? Because the Lamont Roach fight with obviously Raymond Ford would be fun as well, but who knows if Lamont Roach is going to come back down to 130 pounds now that he's had two big money fights with Tank Davis. No, this fight has no flavor. I'm not a huge MMA fan. I'm a casual, so if there's big events with big fighters, then I'm excited. But right now, I mean, who's the biggest fighter in the MMA? There was that one guy from Brazil, but I knew he was going to get beat by the fucking Kazakhstan, Ukrainian, fucking Russian bear dude, just because style matchups, right? I don't know why they put him in with him, because you end up losing all that momentum. And outside of him, I don't even know who else is relevant right now in MMA. I know they act like MMA is doing better than boxing, but I can't even tell you one of the top fighters in the MMA right now, outside of that guy, Pereira. He's the only one I really know and am even interested in, mostly because he fights like a boxer. Eddie could have put on a way better co-main. Well, to be fair, he's trying to build up Raymond Ford, right? Who was a world champion at 126, easily can be a champion at 130. You're giving him a tough opponent, but not too tough. It's not Eddie's fault that this guy just, unfortunately, can't really make too much adjustments. From this fight, he's just never really let his right hand go nearly as much as he should have. He should be a lot more right hand dominant against Raymond Ford. But that's what happens when you haven't fought a southpaw in 8 years. If Lamont is going to stay at 135, then Albert Bachagav can Raymond Ford for the Nakin title. Yeah, and that would be a great fight. And in that fight, I love Albert. But Albert's chin looked fucking so Amir Khanish in his last fight. I would favor Raymond Ford to beat him, even though, I'm a fan of Albert, and boxing-wise and skill-wise, I think he's a really good fighter. Offensively, super exciting. But if his chin is that suspect, Raymond Ford, even if he's not a power puncher, I think will stop him just because of his combination punches and speed. They're saying if Ray beats him, he can go to Japan for Eliminator. No champ is in Japan, is it? No, if he went to Japan, Raymond Ford, it would be to fight Hayato Tsutsumi, who is like him, an Olympic amateur who is really being fast-tracked by the Japanese, a good fighter. I talked about his brother, who just is going to be making his professional debut in May, Ryota Tsutsumi. And Ryota, special. That kid's special. He looks like fucking the Japanese Lomachenko. And Hayato Tsutsumi is very good as well. And then you have Batagayev, who's obviously an Olympic gold medalist. So you got some really good up-and-coming fighters. Not the kind of guys the American market are going to get excited about because, it's a Japanese fighter and a Russian fighter. So, they're not going to get much talk. If they do have success, they're going to be hype jobs and overrated and, media created and fucking shit. So, we know how they're going to be played. But Raymond Ford against Hayato Tsutsumi, that's a good fight. I think it's too much to bite off right now for Hayato Tsutsumi. He's only had 5, 6 professional fights. Good competition, top level guys. So it's not like he's fighting bums, but Raymond Ford obviously is world level, right? Potentially elite. So to throw the kid in with him, that's tough. But for Raymond Ford, he knows, man, the money's in Japan. So if he can go to Japan to fight that kid, he'll be all over it. I was going to look at the rankings. Let's see. You got to like Ford's combinations. Let those hands go, young fella. Matthias. Looking like shit. So let's look. 130 pounds. Right now, the IBF title is vacant, which you would figure he would be going that way. But maybe he's trying to avoid those next day weigh-ins. Oh, there's a big right hand from nice combinations from Ford. Ford's feeling comfortable, and Matthias is just getting his ass beat. But with the IBF, Raymond Ford is number 5. Sultan Zurabek, who fought last week on that Kazakhstan card, is number 3, 4. Rikishi, the Japanese fighter. Oh, maybe it's Rikishi. Oh, so Ford versus Rikishi for the vacant IBF title. Oh, okay. Then, of course, the WBA. Yeah. Ford, Zurabek, Rikishi. That's solid, man. And then Limos in there as well. And then for the Lamont Roach one, you have Badigaev, who is kind of the guy who's the interim champion. Samadov, Zorabek, Erosian, so 3 Russian dudes, all like fucking right there. And then Hayata Tatsumi and Raymond Ford just below him. So that's what I thought. You were talking about potentially the Lamont Roach fight for the WBA title. And I think this is for the WBA like position, right? Because the dude's got the WBA patch on his shorts. But the IBF route seems like obvious. Non-American fighters, particularly Russian, Japanese, have to do a lot to break into the American market. Yeah, it's because American fight fans, they're just so ethnocentric, right? And even within their country, they're ethnocentric against Americans, right? If they don't look like them. So there's just so much politics in the American boxing game, which, of course I don't get because I'm fucking Canadian. In Canada, I supported Canadian fighters, but I wasn't obsessed with Canadian fighters because obviously we had some good fighters, but we didn't have huge amounts of great fighters. So I always watched American and British fighters and fighters from all over the world. So I don't understand why people are so limited. If you love boxing, you want to see great fighters. And it doesn't matter where they come from. If you got guys that are extra special, great. Great. Like, I don't care what country they come from. If somebody's bringing something nobody's seen before and going to be like dominant and destructive, fucking bring it on. I don't care if they are Russian, English, Japanese, Canadian, American, Mexican, fucking from Argentina. Who cares? I just want to see special fucking once in a lifetime LeBron, Jordan, Messi, fucking Ronaldo type of athletes dominate boxing and get tons of attention, be huge on social media, have boxing fans from around the world pay attention to them, chanting Ali Boumbaye, Ali Boumbaye, right? That's what I want. People to love boxing, be hooked, interested, because they have one guy who is transgendered, transcendental, what's the word? Definitely not trans. We don't need any more fucking trans athletes in boxing. That shit was terrible for the Olympics. Come on, Raymond Ford. Get a knockdown on this guy. He don't like your right hand. At least the last 2 rounds have been a lot more action-packed, but primarily because Matthias has felt forced to actually step forward. But yeah, I think Ford against Rikishi or Ford against Tatsumi, I'm excited. I'd like to see him go to Japan, get a good payday. And I think he beats either one of those fighters at this point. Hayata Tatsumi potentially could be better than him. He's naturally bigger, but I think hand speed is going to be a problem. Where are we? Sean, does Canada really have a weak military? Now it does. Now it does. Historically, it didn't. We had a good Navy. We had a solid Air Force. And of course, we had not a big army, but just a good army, well run, well respected. But obviously, over the years, we haven't needed to have a strong army because the States is beside us. And because of the Cold War, America felt the need to police the globe, right? And if America's policing the globe, then what does Canada have to do? Fucking not much. We send some planes to do like special things with the military. We send our special soldiers to train with the Americans. You know, we have a few fucking military ships that do things. We send part of our army to Afghanistan when they ask us to, but you know, our role is minor. So round 10. Let's see if anything exciting can finish this fight off. There you go, that jumping right hand again. Maybe Raymond Ford needs to call himself Jumpin' Jack Flash with those shorts and that jumping right hand. Let's go, Raymond Ford. Stanionis is a Baltic PBC fighter. They're not going to let him walk away with the belts. Sean is Canadian bacon, top of the line quality. Canadian bacon is not the bacon you think it is. It's more like meat. Female bacon is what they call it. You can like look at that, female. So it's more meat, less fat. Unlike American bacon, right, which is really high fat content and not much meat, shrivels up, nice and crispy. Female bacon, it doesn't get like that. You'll get a nice brown crust, like, you know, you're cooking a nice pork chop, but of course it's much thinner than that. But it's more like a pork chop than it is like fucking bacon. But then it's nice. It's more hearty. You know, Canadians being lumberjacks, you want like something that's more filling. Come on, Matthias. You lost every single round, man. You should be fucking being aggressive now because you ain't going to win the decision. And if you fucking doing this, literally you're not doing nothing. Okay, I didn't get knocked out. You didn't get knocked out. But you're not even guaranteeing yourself like any big follow-up fights with this performance because you've been fucking mediocre. Like right now, you're just happy to survive. And if you put your hands up afterwards, people could be like, clown. You fucking got your ass beat. You didn't do anything. And Raymond Ford is the one bringing it, not you. And he's already won the fight. Now with 10 seconds, you're going to get aggressive. 10 seconds to go. Okay, I better fucking front like I'm serious. Yeah, why you back out? Throw your hands. No, throw it to the body. Like, I don't think fucking Matthias landed any body shots this whole fight. Dude, you're fucking useless. You lost that fight. You didn't do nothing. Easy work, sparring session. Fucking Raymond Ford made you look silly. Where am I? I'm looking forward to Gisyoff getting into the title mix. It's early to say, but I think Gisyoff could be the guy at 147. Well, he's a little too old to get that label right now. He's sort of shown that his level is not elite. He's a good fighter, but talk about showing up for a check. Exactly. That's what he did. Sean, why is Canada so damn expensive to live? Because the government, man. Too much government, overtaxation. Fucking, they're not building any infrastructure. They're not getting any fucking investment from outside Canada into the country. and the fucking market is stagnated. We got tons of resources, but then the government won't even let us fucking get the resources to make money from them because you don't want to do fracking. You don't want to have pipes from the Canada to the States. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? When you got resources, man, you got to utilize them when you can and make this country strong, build infrastructure off of it. Right now, there was a great map when I went to university. It was a cow, and the cow was like eating from BC, so lumber, right, and Alberta, oil and gas. And then all the milk was coming into Toronto, Ontario, big business, right? And then all the shit was landing on the East Coast, right? That epitomizes Canada right now. They've just done a terrible fucking job building up the fucking economy. And Trudeau has been fucking terrible. Everything bad people say about Trump, come on, man, double down that shit with Trudeau. And for Canadians to moan and groan about Trump, but they've just had fucking 3 terms of Trudeau, like, fuck off, man. Like, during COVID, Canada was mental. People literally were fucking not talking to their neighbors and their family because they wouldn't get the needle. Why do you care that people aren't getting a needle? They don't get a needle, it just means maybe they're going to die if they get sick. It's not going to fucking affect you, right? But that's how mental people are. Way too liberal, way too fucking Karen, way too woke. Fucking, I just got in an argument with the guy I went to elementary school with because he's so anti-Trump and fucking, it's just like, oh, dude, man. Why do you think all the guys you train to play basketball, none of them want to play for Toronto? They all want to go to the States where they make more money and they pay less tax. These guys are from Canada, but they don't want to play in Toronto. Please let this be over already. Yep, Matisse has headhunting way too much. Housing crisis became mass migration. What title is that Ray keeps wearing? Yeah, it's a marginal title. I think it's North American super featherweight title. Yeah, some baby belts. But let's see what he says.
It was times where I heard him at times, and I let him grab me, and he was a smart veteran, so tips had tip him.
Had tip to.
First round, your trainer said he's got nothing for you. How did that fight play out? Yeah, he had nothing for me. It was just he could take a hit. Like I was trying to set him up with some good shots, but it's tough. You mentioned a few times how much you need to move up to 130.
Got to hit that body more.
In this weight, how do you feel in the ring? What's different at 130? I definitely feel strong, good, sharper. I feel like I could be myself more. I felt like I was strong tonight too, but he's a big 135. I mean, a 130 pounder. So he know how to take a punch, and like I said, he's a veteran, so you know how to survive it. He's doing a lot of talking in there, throwing me off game too. But that's things that I work on in the gym. Speaking of big, 130 pounders, another matchroom fighter, Sugar Nunez, who's going over to Japan next month to fight for the 130-pound title. If he comes back with it, is that the fight you want next? For sure. I've been saying that. Been telling Eddie this. Been telling my team this. He know I want this fight. It's up to him if he want to fight me. So that's the real question. So hopefully he goes.
Sugar Nunez.
Bring that belt back so we can get it on. Congratulations.
David's going to be excited.
How about this stat, Sergio? Listen to this. Thomas Matisse landed 24 punches, which is tied for the second fewest in CompuBox history for a 10-round fight.
That is a fight that was punch shot.
Yeah.
It wasn't the power that was.
Well, that's why we're saying that, you're fighting. Eddie's giving you fights. He's keeping you busy, but the opposition is, you came off of a sensational fight at 126. Then you end up winning the title against a very good European fighter. You end up losing to Ball in a really big fight, big money fight. You move up to 130. You fight 2 dudes that, like Matisse, wasn't even ranked in the top 15. So you're fighting a guy, but it's nobody that fucking is that anyone gives a fuck about. Matisse is a shot-ass fighter. Ford is calling out Nunez. David, there you are. Yeah, David's excited now. Ford and Nunez. Stylistically, that should be a good fight. The one thing we could say about Nunez is he's going to throw his right hand. He's going to fucking go in there and try to land some big punches. He's not going to be nearly as passive and shell-shocked as fucking Matisse was. Matisse just had his fucking guns in his holster all night. All night. Well, Ray was drained in that ball fight. Well, that's what he says, but everyone that loses a fight says they were drained, right? You had your career best fight, the fight prior to that, and then you end up losing to Ball in your next fight. Like, let's be honest, they're different fighters, right? The guy he beat, the Eastern European guy, was a very good boxer, but wasn't very resilient. Broke down as the fight progressed, even though Ford's not a big puncher. And then Ball is a resilient, come forward fighter that's going to bring the fight right to you, right? We will see. So there we are. Shakram Gisioff with the victory KO, Amari Jones with the KO, Raymond Ford with the UD. If they wanted Ray Ford to get the KO, they didn't give him the best opponent. Matias was never going to get KO'd, right? Like, you could look at his record. All his losses were all competitive. He never got knocked out. I don't even know how often he's been knocked down in his career, but he's not like the kind of guy that's going to get in there and get knocked out, because he's not going to be aggressive, right? He's going to just give as much as he can and be safe. And that's what he did. Amari Jones is from Florida. Yeah, the next Roy Jones. He ain't quite Roy Jones, but you know that comparison is going to be made a little bit just because he's from Florida. But he's not nearly as flashy, fast, or dynamic as Roy is. But, bronze medal Olympian, American, Florida. Kid looks like he could easily fight at 147, eventually 154, maybe when he fills out more 160. What do you recommend? Any good boxing channels? Well, who's some good channels? I like Ring IQ because his editing and content is really good. Hatman Boxing is good, but obviously his content is really English based. Look at John. Only come in here to make a statement like as if somebody was hating on Raymond Ford for this whole fight. But there's quite a few other channels. Like, it depends on what you're looking for, obviously. Omari's opponent just showed up for a check as well. The first clean shot he took, he balled. Yeah, that was a terrible opponent. But to be fair, Omari Jones, he's really young. Obviously, that was only his second fight, so you're not expecting him to be put in with any killers right now. They're going to bring him along slowly, build up his name, try to build up his fan base. So by the time he gets into world title contention, he's a household name, right? Ray and Shock are my favorite fighters. Well, I know Oshaki Foster's your favorite fighter. So you want them to fight, or would you prefer them to duck each other and go other routes? Stanionis. He looks like such a kid, eh? When he first came to fucking America. Until he shaved his head. He's still a kid. His face still super young, but at least the bald head makes him look a little more intimidating, a little tougher. Why didn't you mention Jamel Charlo holding up the middleweight division for 2 years when you said Loma's doing it now? Well, it's no surprise. John came out with anti-Loma video and then anti-Golovkin and Loma video. He does the same thing almost every 2 months, right? Yet everyone else is a racist, but he will come out with fighters who aren't even like, ask John where his video was boosting and talking about his favorite fighter, Raymond Ford and Drum Butenis. He didn't make a video talking about that fight, building this fight up, breaking it down, right? Hyping up his opponent or his favorite fighter and his opponent. That's a fake John boxing account. We will see. I don't think it's necessarily fake. People always say that when John pops up. But John, whether you like him or don't like him, at least he's not like one of those troll channels. So I respect that. I respect anyone that stands in their square and doesn't fucking push some weird bullshit and try to grab other people's channels. John, why do you hate Loma and Golovkin so much? They're not black, right? Which is the whole hypocrisy of John's fucking channel. He's always crying racism, but yet nobody on YouTube consistently puts out more videos hating on non-black fighters than John. John is threatened by white fighters. I know. That's what it comes down to. The best can't wait for the Foster-Fulton fight. Well, that fight's not going to be happening anytime soon because obviously right now, what's Ford doing? He wants that Nunez fight, right? Which, don't get me wrong, that's a great fight. Where's Nunez? Yeah, that's for the... See, he's holding the WBA title. So what you could potentially get is Ford going to Japan to face Tatsumi, right? To put himself in a position for that WBA title, but then Nunez is there. So, you also have Ford who's trying to get the Nunez fight. So I guess Nunez is going to fight Rikishi in Japan. So, obviously a potential Shaki Foster Raymond Ford fight, that would be for unification down the road. Machado, salute. All three of the judges on this fight are American. Yeah, that's typical, right? I know John and other people don't fucking respect that when people talk about how American fights are unfair to non-Americans because you get 3 American judges. Nowhere in the world do you ever see a world title fight with 3 judges from the same country. Nowhere. Literally, you just had the American kid moaning and groaning Australia for the exact same reason. Shock is too big for Fulton. Shock would walk down Fulton and stop him. How did Fulton come into this? Fulton destroys Foster. Well, the most likely thing is, Fulton is no different than fucking Ford. You said you're a big Ford fan. He's also a fighter who came up in weight as well. So he's also going to be giving up reach and height naturally to O'Shaki Foster, who's naturally taller and longer than both of them. But this talks about levels. Ford is faster than Fulton, faster than O'Shaki, right? He throws combination punching, right? Obviously O'Shaki is a little more of a fighter that fights with his length and controlling distance. Fulton has shown that he's able to sort of go back and forth depending. Shuing is calling out Ray or calling out Fulton. I'm not impressed with Shushu. Not yet, Stringer. We just finished one fight, so there's going to be a bit of a delay. Connor Ben. They're boosting the Ben fucking Eubank fight. Another fight that Americans don't care about. Eubank wins this fight. Easy.
This is the complete camp. He's put his absolute everything into his training camp. He's been sparring Bruno Ceres, 168-pounder fighting Munguia. He's been sparring William Stoll, fighting Canelo Alvarez at 168. Then to Bentley up at 160. He's looking absolutely sensational. We appreciate the risk. It's a step 2 divisions up. And that's what makes it a 50-55. Well, I see Conor Ben winning this fight inside 6 rounds. He's coming with bad intentions.
If Ben wins in 6 rounds.
65,000 people in one of the biggest British fights of all time. Watch what you see from this young man. The much smaller man going to be chopping down a tree at Chris Eubank Jr. Watch him fall at Spurs on April 26th.
I'm ready to go. 2 years away, 2 weeks away now. Incredible fight. That's going to happen in a couple weeks' time. All right, there's been some drama in boxing over the last couple of weeks, as there always is. But Oscar De La Hoya, your friend, he tweeted out there that Shakur Stevens
your friend
fight against William Zepeda. Shakur responded very quickly, saying no, that he didn't. So what happened there, and will we see Shakur facing William Zepeda?
Absolutely, as long as William Zepeda stays in the race to do it with the order from the WBC. Shakur is the champion. If Shakur doesn't fight Zepeda, and Zepeda doesn't get out of the way, Shakur loses his title. That's not happening. He's 100% in that fight. Originally, that fight was going to take place in Saudi. Now it's going to take place probably in America. The deal changed between the 2 countries. There's still a lot of conversations, but our conversations are now with Eric Gomez, with Oscar De La Hoya to make that fight. It's a big fight. Shakur Stevenson against the fight. I think it's one of the best in the sport. Let's make it happen. We're speaking to DAZN. Shakur's here tonight. He's ready to go. It's July, August, whenever. Let's get that scheduled. A great fight for the division.
Confident you can make a deal?
I think so. I believe Oscar and Eric, I think they want the fight. I think Zepeda wants the fight. He's had that rematch now with Farmer. Why not? Time to change for the world title. Very good fight.
Yeah. Fuck it. What else are you going to do? That's the obvious fight to make.
His WBC belt and pursue a trilogy fight with Artur Beterbiev instead of facing David Benavidez. WBC didn't like that very much.
Fuck the WBC.
Well,
Criminals.
I mean, when His Excellency, who was very courteous to give us the rematch with Beterbiev, despite us thinking we won that first fight, we did the same in the second fight. We said to His Excellency, we signed a contract that said if Bivol wins, then we will have the trilogy fight with Beterbiev. It's only fair. It's also the biggest fight in the sport. The division, sorry, and I was surprised at the quickness from the WBC. Bivol just became champion. It wasn't like Benavidez.
Funduro won his title off of Tim Tszyu and then had a fucking bounce back against a bum opponent after 1 year and still no mandatory. Suleiman. Joke. Crook.
We've seen 2 classics, and that will be next. We're very big on our word, and we're even bigger on our contract. That's what we decided to do.
All right, we are moments away from Boots Ennis stepping into the ring against the Stanionis unification fight at 147 pounds. A tough year for Boots Ennis in 2024. Didn't look great in his last fight against Aaron Chugati, and then had the whole drama involving Virgil Ortiz. What have you seen from him? What kind of fight do you expect from him later on tonight?
I've just seen a more focused Boots. I mean, look, when you're fighting down to that level, you can get yourself up for it. But those training camps, you know that you're a massive favourite. You know you probably don't have to get out of second gear to win this fight. He's going to have to go through every year to beat Amantis Stanionis, who is an exceptional fighter. All action, great engine, non-stop. But I think this is the kind of fight that Boots can show the world how great he is. I've got to say, look, with Lady On in Philadelphia, he's done massive crowds. Tonight we're back at the Ball Court. He's on a plate for him to go and announce himself as a superstar in the sport. If he likes,
you know that's what Eddie wants.
Then everybody can stand up and say, this is the guy. So
Eddie would love Boots to be pound for pound number 1.
This is what it's all about. The best beat the best. Back in the iconic Ball Court. It's time.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of great fights.
It's time. Oh, Eddie hopes fucking Boots lives up to those expectations. Remember, Chris Eubank is coming off of a dominant win. Connor's been out of the ring for a while. Well, I'm picking Eubank to win. So Shakur Zepeda sounds likely. Eubank going to be drained, I think. I don't think he wins. Too many people want to watch or fight Shakur. That's his own problem. Eddie, don't let Shakur fight. Go to the purse bid. You cheap bastard. Pay those guys. Well, it's not just Eddie. You also have Oscar De La Hoya as well. There's 2 major promoters, right? Eddie is all in on Boots. Stanionis is better than Vila. Oh, fuck yeah. Way better than Vila. Way better than Vila. Vila only looked good because he beat John Boxing's favorite fighter, right? A guy that John loved and said was better than Boots Ennis. Yet that guy is fucking virtually fucking invisible. Where did he go? Again, he's disappeared. He disappeared when he was under Golden Boy. Now he's went to a new promoter. I don't even know who, but he's disappeared once again, right? Like that guy, whoever's moving his career or whatever he's doing, he doesn't fight regularly. He fucking has never stepped up, right? I mean, I agree. I think he beat Vila, and that was a terrible robbery, but you were supposed to beat Vila. Vila was not supposed to be the guy that gave you a tough competitive fight. That win, unfortunately, didn't age well for Boots. Vila got stopped by a bum. Ennis will win. Yeah, but Boots didn't have to prove anything against Vila. The only reason he fought Vila is because Vila had beat John's favorite fighter and put himself in position, right? So there you go. So Boots did what he had to do. He got him out of there. But this fight is going to be important, becoming unified world champion at 147. Obviously, the Norman fight potentially after this, which would be fucking perfect. Nobody would hope anything different than that. What's the only fan girl saying?
The criticism, or do you think it's justified?
Well, it depends on what you look for as a fight thing. But first off, we're the newest, but yeah, most wanted duo, right? The criticism regarding him getting hit in the ring is what people talk about. Why is Boots getting hit, with that level of opposition? First off, his last 2 outings, very good fighters, incredible fighters, and he takes risks in the ring. As I said earlier,
That's an ugly outfit as well.
He wants knockouts. The only way to get
What's
him
all
is
this
to
fluorescent shit people are wearing?
And when you do that, you're going to get hit. Boots has the ability, the boxing ability to move, use his legs. He comes from a boxing family.
Yeah, man, that's what I always say. People fucking overreact to certain things. When Boots Ennis is being aggressive, trying to get bum ass opponents out of there and gets hit, it's because he's being overly aggressive, right? Fighters that fight aggressive get hit, but Boots can fight defensively. He could fight behind a jab. He can move, but doing that's not going to make you into a superstar. Talking shit about the sweet science everyone doesn't like, rock'em sock'em, CET, future patients. I like defense and IQ. Well, I don't know about IQ, Damon, but defense probably. But if that's the case, Damon, you should be watching a lot more amateur boxing. You should be all up in the amateurs because that's what they do. Follow the Cubans, right? That's exactly what they do. Defense first, right? Hit, don't get hit. That's the way they fight. And even though they're dominant, and actually this weekend, you should be all over it. The big card from Cuba that I talked about in the pre-build-up fight, right? Where's that fight? I looked on my card, but it wasn't showing that fight card, so I didn't know if anybody was winning or what was going on. Stephen Shaw got a win today. William Foster III got a win. But I don't know. What's that Cuban fight card? Who's on that card? See, they're not even ranked high, so how do I even find them on BoxRec? God damn it. Yeah, I was hoping it would show, right? So we can see what's happening. But that fight card out of Cuba, you get all the top Cuban amateurs, right? 3 gold medal winners, all fighting on a card in Cuba. That shit's dynamite. If you like skill fighters that are defensive and great boxers, you should be all over that card, Damon, this weekend. And it should be on DAZN from what I saw. Damon, Bivol is sweet science. Shakur just not. Shakur is sweet science. Shakur defensively is great. But as I state all the time, he got to be a little more like Raymond Ford. He got to put his punches together, right? You can be defense first. But when you do go offensive, you got to fucking let your hands go. Flash the hand speed. He's got short arms, right? So when he gets in range, it's perfect for fucking combination punching, right? He's not a guy with real long arms that can't really let his hands go on the inside. He can. He's more like Lomachenko than he is to a taller, longer guy, say like Boots Ennis. Bivol is sweet science. Shakur just boxing. Well, both sweet science. It's just different. But at this point, you got to give tons of praise to Bivol because Bivol's just done way more than Shakur has done, right? That's just a fact. But Shakur is much younger than Bivol, so he still got time to fucking do his thing. He still got time to catch up. Like, when did Floyd Mayweather really become popular in boxing, right? After he fought Oscar De La Hoya. How old was he when he fought Oscar De La Hoya, right? I'm not sure specifically, but he must have been 28, right? And at least 28. John Boxing, you should know, right? But he must have at least been around that age. So Shakur still got like another 3 years before really the expectations of him being at that level. Not that he's ever going to be, so he was 30, yeah. So Tank Davis's age, right? So this is where Tank should really be fighting the kind of opponents to give him real credit and really build up his fan base. Shakur's 26. He's 26, man. Maybe 27. But, still time. Floyd was KOing guys at higher rates before Oscar. Yeah. I'm not talking stylistic. I'm talking about building up and becoming popular. When Floyd was popular, he wasn't knocking out anybody. And when he was knocking out those guys early on, he wasn't popular. Roy Jones was dominating boxing at that time. Mike Tyson was dominating boxing. Oscar De La Hoya, Pernell Whitaker. Floyd was an afterthought. Many people preferred Zab Judah to Floyd Mayweather, which is why Zab Judah was in bigger fights before Floyd, right? But once Floyd got that Zab Judah fight, Oscar De La Hoya fight, specifically the Oscar De La Hoya fight, then he became a star.
World champions with their respective national anthems.
And Shakur wants Tank Davis.
With the national anthem of Lithuania.
It's Tank that don't want him. Oh no fucking anthems, man. We don't need to listen to fucking anthems. It's not the Olympics. We're in America, play the American anthem, and then move on. We don't need fucking every fucking anthem. Play the anthem after they win. But for now, nobody needs to listen to the fucking anthems. Shakur sells out seats, and on Top Rank, he has did millions of views on cards when he was the headliner. Well, he's still not that popular. But obviously, in Jersey, his fights have sold well. Stanionis looks like Pinhead off Hellraiser without the pins. Damon Wester, I don't care about ticket sales. I like entertaining boxing. And that's the thing. Unfortunately, you got guys like Tank Davis fans and others that always want to push this, pay-per-view success, ticket sales. Like, as a boxing fan, why is that what you're fucking focused on? I don't give a shit how many pay-per-views a fighter sells, truthfully. I don't care how many tickets they sell to a venue. All I want to know is that they're giving me fights that I want to watch. But the rest is ridiculous. I understand the politics behind it and why people are not going to fight because of this and because of that. But it becomes an excuse for the majority of the time, right? Like, you praise Floyd Mayweather for his great knockouts and big wins early on, and you could. But unfortunately, he wasn't a guy that was selling out huge venues and doing pay-per-views numbers. He had to fight Arturo Gatti to do his first pay-per-view, right? You literally fucking piggybacking off of Arturo Gatti, a guy who was never elite. But then finally, he got to where he needed to go. And with that momentum and that name recognition, right, he was able to not be an exciting fighter, but still be very successful. For Shakur, Haney, they may not get to that level, but you don't need to become Floyd Mayweather to be successful, right? Literally there's different levels. You could be very successful and not reach Floyd Mayweather's level. Let's go. I think Ennis better watch out. Fans shouldn't be concerned about ticket sales and pay-per-views. They shouldn't. Who cares? Canada, Gatti is a Canadian Hall of Famer. That's true. If he's a Hall of Famer, it's Canadian Hall of Famer. As far as Boxing Hall of Fame, he shouldn't be there. But Boxing Hall of Fame apparently lets all kinds of dudes in. I don't care about concession stands and numbers. I just explaining people spend their hard-earned money to see him hit and not get hit. It's boring, and boxing is only appreciate one style. Well, the truth is, they don't fucking watch him do that. That's not why they're going to go watch him. Because otherwise, when they pay money, they wouldn't be booing him in Jersey going to watch him fight. Like, those are his fans that paid to go watch him, yet they're booing him because of his performance. Because they're not looking for that performance. They're looking for him to step up his level and prove his greatness, to show that he is Sugar Ray Leonard, Roy Jones, right? Floyd Mayweather, that they want to see him elevate. They don't want to see him stagnate. And unfortunately, some of his fights, with all the talking and then the performance, it's more stagnation than elevation. Do you understand they called Floyd a runner and boring, but he went on to make more money than Damon? Once again, This argument works for Floyd, but historically it doesn't work for boxing. Floyd was an anomaly because he learned from WWE that being the bad hat, the villain, how you could be successful doing that. And that's what he used, right? Along with obviously getting the Oscar De La Hoya fight, which Oscar was a pay-per-view star. And you attached to him, and Floyd was able to then use that as well as being smart with the way he marketed himself, right? And then have a great opponent that fans wanted to see him fight in Pacquiao and stringing that shit along for fucking 7-8 years, right? And all of that led to big success. But Haney and Shakur aren't necessarily going to fucking get anywhere close to that, right? Tank Davis is a way more exciting fighter than either one of those two guys. And he's not even fucking close to where Floyd Mayweather was. And probably will never get that close unless he fights elite competition. Guys like Loma, Shakur, obviously it's too late now to get Haney or T.O., but, that's what's going to make him a star. But these guys are making millions of dollars. They're still getting rich. They're having great careers. They don't need to be Floyd Mayweather, but people don't have to fucking like their style either. Marketing-wise, if you're a fighter that doesn't fucking grab people's attention, their imagination, and then you have a style that when you watch isn't really something that entertains people, you're not going to get new fans. You're not going to have casual people watch your events and jump onto you. They don't know who you are. They just know what they see. And when they watch you, generally they're disappointed. We can appreciate and respect him, but casual fans don't.
To be as good as he is, Chris Mannix, can he beat the odds again tonight? He's a 6-1 underdog.
6-1 underdog. And it's by KO, 45%. Oh, look at that. 79% people think Ennis is going to win, which, yeah, my prediction's the same. Shakur can become a big star if he schools somebody like Tank. Sure. Right? You beat a Tank Davis and you look fucking sublime doing it. That's going to really elevate you. But still won't necessarily make him Floyd Mayweather. Who's that girl in the background? Sexy. Girls in tank tops, white tank tops. Looking good, baby. Atlantic City. The house that Gaddy built. They're fighting in the house that Gaddy built. Pink gloves. It's not fucking... Oh, there's Ford. Raymond still got fucking wraps on.
He's coming out to the Undertaker's music, and his nickname is Mr. Catch a Body.
What's nickname's that? He's trying to be like Errol Spence. Mr. Catch a Body. Fucking Wilder.
That's what you should be looking for. I think Stanionis has a soft spot for downstairs. Who's better aim for it?
Oh, look at that. Place fucking has nice crowd. Boots is getting good crowds, man.
It's fight day. It's that time. Time to show up, time to shine. Green Bay only 2 more belts. The WWE and Green Bay is this is like what y'all see. I don't check this stuff. Like what y'all see. like Stanionis system.
This is going to be a banger. Stanionis for the win. Mr. Catch a Body. Man, I'm packed in there. Wow. I was packed in there.
Here comes the man that he believes is destined for superstardom. Drawn, boots.
Floyd Mayweather's a fighter, a boxer, man. That's the thing he knows. It's hard to walk away from something you did your whole life. Maxie. Maxie's a good player. Out of Kentucky. This is the thing about sports people, right? Real respect, real. Other athletes respect boxing. It's just unfortunate more people don't respect boxing. Damon. Again, who fucking cares? Floyd Mayweather made tons of money. We don't need to worry about fucking his bank book. It's like people always crying about Pacquiao being broke. Man, come on, people.
Here in America's playground, Atlantic City, New Jersey, USA. We are live on DAZN for the main event of the evening. 12 rounds of boxing scheduled for the IBF, WBA, and Ring Magazine Welterweight Championship of the World.
Let's do it.
It's all being brought to you courtesy of Mr. Eddie Hearn of Matchroom Boxing in association with Tom Brown's TGB Promotions. We're sponsored by Bet Online, Everlast, El Mexicano, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Riyadh Season, Visit Atlantic City, and Drip. This bout is sanctioned under the auspices of the New Jersey State Athletic.
The Filipino's the smallest man everywhere he goes.
The International Boxing Federation, the president,
Boots looks nervous.
the supervisor is
Nerves are good. You got to be nervous.
World Boxing Association. The president
Makes you focus.
is Jesus Mendoza. The supervisor is Jose Oliver Gomez. Introducing your 3 judges scoring his world title unification from ringside.
3 American judges. Surprise, surprise.
From Connecticut, Glenn Feldman.
Only in America.
Kevin Morgan. And at the sound of the bell, your third man in the ring, referee David Fields.
So it's a close fight. You know Stanionis ain't going to win.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the stage is set and we are here. This is it. The time has come.
Oh, is that girl with the nice shirt with Maxie?
The time has come.
We get you. The time has come. Corners of the world to 4 corners of this ring.
We're here at Boardwalk Hall, Atlantic City, New Jersey. The fight starts now. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner. He was black with silver.
3 American judges, only in America.
Professional record, perfect. 15 fights, 15 victories, with 9 of them coming by way of knockout. Tonight,
Reps by the PBC.
World title. Here is the 2016 Olympian fighting out of Kaunas, Lithuania. The reigning, defending, undefeated WBA welterweight champion of the world.
This is a career moment for you, Stanionis. You win this, and the star is born. Or a star is born to be hated. Right, John? John's just going to be like, I told you fucking Boots wasn't that good.
send his opponent across the ring, fighting out
Boots.
of the blue corner. He wears green, white, and gray. He's scaled at weighing 146.5 pounds. His professional record also perfect. 33 fights,
34 and 30. That looks pretty good. Unified champion, 34 and 30. And then Norman, bring him on.
Here is the popular, skilled, and hard-hitting welterweight phenom.
That's true, Heinrich.
Representing his home of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Boots.
The reigning, defending, undefeated, IBF welterweight champion of the world, Jerome Boots.
Yeah, Stanionis has been out of the ring and not active enough, that's for sure. Well, that's true. LWC is only worried about Haney right now. I bet $100. You're a white guy. Oh my God, Damon. We bet $100 you're a black guy. You support fucking Boots as American? No, as a black American. If he was a white American, he wouldn't necessarily be saying the same thing. So stop the cap. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's see if Boots looks Roy Jones-esque or not, right? His last few performances have been good, but a lot of the star dust has come off. So it'll be interesting to see if he can reignite the hype that was on him before he actually signed with Eddie Hearn and Matchroom, because that's kind of where a lot of the hype dropped off. And for Stanionis, this is a career opportunity. Can you capitalize on it? He's going to be pushing pressure and using that jab, trying to drop those right hands. Amateur pedigree, Olympian. Nice jab to the gut by Boots. Boots got that reach advantage, right? You got to establish that distance behind the jab. So far, so good. Stanionis going to have to double up that jab, get into range. Hook to the body from Stanionis. Boots looks good. Calm. Oh, nice left hand coming out of the barrel for Stanionis. Boots got a good chin, right? That's one of the big things in boxing. You can be super skilled, but if you fucking got no chin, you can be beat. Boots' chin has been good, solid. Right now, his work ethic. Oh, another good left hand from Stanionis. He's got quick shots. Boots' volume is good. Lots of jabs, controlling the distance. At this point, Boots is far more comfortable than Stanionis. Good round for Boots. Dominant. Stanionis landed a few good left hands. Quick little lefts coming out of nowhere. We'll see how that moves leading down. If he can put more pressure on him, be more effective. But Boots controlling distance, using his jab well. Good body shots. So far, so good for Boots. Let's go Stanionis. Stanionis' pressure is going to be tough if he can do that for 12 rounds. Boots better not be standing up after every round. I automatically dislike any fighter that wears gladiator shorts. What? Come on. Everybody's went through that at some point of their careers. Good body shot. Hooking around that elbow. Not a great shot, but he landed it. That punch is there for him. Round 2. So far, Stanionis has kept his jab in his pocket. Has not used it at all. Which kind of comes up to what I heard somebody talk about earlier when I was watching breakdowns. They're saying that his jab is not so fast and it's easy to counter. There you go. Starting to use it a bit more. So that body work, Stanionis, if you want to be effective. You can't just let him hit you. But you look at the size difference between them. Boots is a way bigger dude, man. Way bigger fucking dude. Stanionis is heavily muscled, but just a smaller guy. Good shot to the gut. You're just going to control him all night with the jab and those body shots. But at least Stanionis is bringing a lot more than fucking Matisse. He's hungry. What's my neighbors doing? Fucking digging for gold. Good body shot. Boots, another good body shot. Oh, and then Stanionis with his left hand. Boom. Stanionis is dangerous on the counter punch. Now he's getting a little reckless. The fight's heating up. Maybe somebody is getting knocked out, Stanionis. Somebody I was listening to was talking about how they'd like to see Stanionis versus Karen. And that would be a good fight stylistically. Maybe if Stanionis gets beat by Boots, that's a good opponent for him next. Karen. Good jab from Stanionis. You got to double that jab up, move him backwards, and then throw your combination. Good jab. Rounds in the book. That round was better for Stanionis, but also better for Boots. You bring it to him, and he was far more effective. What do you guys think? Are you still high on Stanionis' potential of winning the fight? Oh, shit. He's standing up for the first round. The fight is better in the first, second round. The whole card. Sorry, Eddie. 2-0. Yeah, easily. Stanionis is becoming a little impatient, a little reckless. He got to stay in his game plan, right? Hopefully you got a game plan. You know you're fighting Boots, who's longer and obviously has a longer reach. There you go. Good left hand. But Boots going with it. Stan needs to work the body a bit more and counter the jabs. Exactly. When he's getting on the inside, he's not really going to the body. I mean, if Boots is going to be hitting you with big body shots, you got to make sure you fucking give that shit back to him. Round 3. At least Stanionis' jab is becoming a little more effective, which, you can't let Boots totally control distance with his jab. Yeah, change levels. There you go. Sneaky uppercut from Boots. Sneaky uppercut. With that high guard, you can't see it. Boots' legs look much better. He's moving more this fight, which tells you obviously Stanionis, big right hand from Stanionis, is more dangerous than the previous opponents he's been in with. But that's what we were curious about, how comfortable he made weight. Stanionis, you might want to jab to the body or chest as well. Oh, nice counter shots from Boots. See, opponents, right? You get the right opponent and it just makes you look fucking so good. You get the wrong opponent and then you just look, You compare Boots to Stanionis and Karen. I mean, Stanionis might destroy Karen, but Boots looks terrible against Karen, but looking good against fucking Stanionis. Nice jab, Stanionis. So far, the pace of this fight is fucking great. Both guys giving it. Oh, Boots standing in there, going for it. Oh, Stanionis is getting bullied. That's the thing. Boots is so confident with his chin. He don't mind sitting in there and catching some shots. But when he goes to 154, that might not be the play, man. You get too overly confident with your chin. Just like some dudes get too overconfident with their power. And, that shit works for some people, but it's not going to work with everyone. Drunk says 2-0 Boots, but what I do know is Zerto should belong pound for pound. Boots is boxing beautifully, but I see him gassing out in the second half. I could see that too. Too much volume. I like how Stanionis keeps pressuring Boots. Yeah, but Boots, if he's feeling like maybe he's got the power and the ability to get Stanionis out of there in the first half, but potentially that might be his downfall if he uses too much energy early. Gas is out in the second half. Stanionis historically has had a great gas tank, so we'll see if that comes into effect for this fight. Round 4. But so far, this fight is more than fucking delivered. You know who should be at this fight in the crowd? Fucking Norman. He should be there making sure his face is on camera. Shit talking Boots. Trying to get that unification fight. Good shots from Boots. Dig into the body hard with that fucking left hand. Is that like a mouse under Stanionis' eye? What's that, Boots? Stanionis is not being nearly effective this round as he was last one. There, throw, hit the body. Don't just headhunt. Hit the body. There, nice shot. Stanionis' face is breaking down. That's those white boys' face, right? Thin skin. Not like blacks and Asians. Thicker skin. So don't show the beatings as much. That's science, not race. Man, you gotta love that jab to the pit of the gut from Boots. Oh, uppercut. Boots feeling real confident in there. Moving, moving. Stanionis. You land a jab, double it up, and then get into range, Stanionis, and let your hands go a little. Rounds in the book. Another great round from Boots. A better round. He's battering him, man. Yeah. I like how Stanionis keeps in pressure on Boots. Stanionis is catching Boots with some shots, but them hands up, bro, in the pocket. He's so offensive, he doesn't worry about his defense because he's confident with his chin. That's why I say when he goes to 154, that could be an issue. It's a totally different fight with the jab. Boots, Stanionis' food in the high guard. Well, it's not that he's food, but the problem is you can't just sit there in Boots' range with a high guard. If you're going to fucking have the high guard, you got to be moving side to side, double up your jab to get inside, and then fucking let your hands rip on the inside, right? Not just headhunt. He got to go to the body a bit more. Right now, he's being effective when he throws punches. He's landed some good lefts and good rights on Boots. But, fuck, man, you're not going to win the fight that way because you're just not doing enough damage, not landing enough. The rounds are just going to go, and you're just going to be down rounds. Round 5. Let's see if Stanionis can make adjustments. Right? That's the difference between greatness and just being a good fighter. What kind of in-fight adjustments can you actually make? Less headhunting. There you go. More body work. Yeah, you're in there. Hit that body. He's holding you. Keep fucking punching. Keep punching. Just keep punching the body. Stanionis' nose is leaking. Nice right hand from Stanionis. Good left to the body. A Virgil Stanionis fight would have been interesting, stylistically. It's too bad that fight never ended up happening. Yeah, if the fight goes to decision, it looks like it might be like the Raymond Ford fight. Clear sweep, easy work. But at least Stanionis is putting up far more effort than fucking Matthias did, as he should. He's a champion, right? Boots opening up on him. Stanionis stepping back to the ring. That's not where you want to go, Stanionis. Yeah. Yeah, I think really the only time we're going to get the most out of Boots and really see him in with competition is when he goes to 154. Because Barrios, Norman, I don't think they're going to beat Boots either. And as far as the guys coming up, like fucking Haney and Ryan and Tio, man, those dudes better not fucking step in the ring with fucking Boots. Devin Haney going to get knocked out. Ryan Garcia going to get knocked out. Tio Formo Lopez going to get knocked out. But at 154, that's where you're going to have some great fights. Bigger dudes, about the same size as Boots. Not necessarily as skilled as Boots, but obviously harder punchers, more resilient, bigger, stronger. Guys, I still think Boots beats. Like when we think about 154 right now, who do you think beats? Yeah, Stanios is done. Who do you think beats Boots at 154? Because I always favored Boots over Virgil Ortiz, but obviously Virgil's a good fighter. I would say Virgil probably will give Boots the best fight at 154. Outside of Virgil, I mean, Murdazaliev, Funduro, Tim Zhu, Spence don't look like he's ever going to come back. Charlo apparently is coming to 160. The Puerto Rican kid, he's good, but I don't think he's fucking good enough to beat Boots. At least not at this point. He hasn't shown it. Round 6. Boots looks like he might get the stoppage. If he keeps doing this, he's just going to end up breaking Stanionis down. Not necessarily dropping him, but just corner cuts. I thought if Boots could stop him, it would be with the body shots. But now he's not going to the body as much. There you are. He's still digging in there a bit. I'm hoping for my prediction league it goes the distance. I did pick Ford to stop Matisse. That didn't go for my prediction league. But this is definitely the kind of performance Boots needs. But the haters are just going to say Norman is better. And maybe he is, but I think Norman is also too small. He's a guy that's more the same size as Stanionis, about 5'8". Stanionis is loading up hard on those punches, eh? Boots digging into the body. Oh, I don't like it. Don't hit me to the body. Oh, the body work. The body work. Yeah, I'm fine, man. It's body work. Now he's thinking that $1.4 million is definitely not enough money. Oh, good shots, both of them. Shakur, you guys are in the house. Where are we? I can't really see anybody at 154 beating him either. The European fighter's weak spot is the body. Crusher, Loma. Never been down by the body shot, but yeah, that's his weak spot. It seems the body is their weakness, as well as Golovkin, also never down by a body shot. I'm not being racial. It's something I pick up with foreign fighters. Nobody fucking likes the body, man. Come on. This is one-sided beatdown for Ennis, folding him like a lawn chair. Saved by the bell. Did they just fucking stop the fight? Oh, really? Come on, Stanionis. That's weak. That's weak that you fucking got dropped from accumulation of bodies and then you quit on the stool between rounds. Really? Why you quit? You're not that fucking hurt. You're not that hurt. You're not that hurt. Yeah. Styles make fights, man. Wow, yeah. I said, Boots, man, can easily go up to 160, become a 3-weight world champion. Easily. But I can't believe Stanionis. Hey, that's little Wayne in the crowd. But come on, man. You don't fucking gain anything by quitting on the school. Go out there and fucking give it. Get stopped in the fucking ring. That's weak. Weak. I lost respect for Stanionis on that. That's a weak fucking stoppage. Because he's not hurt. He ain't hurt. Wow. After all that talk. LDBC, bye-bye, Spence. Hello, Boots. Did his coach stop it? I think so. Because he was going to lose anyway. No point taking unnecessary damage. Oh, come on. You go in there, try to fucking knock the guy out then. Yeah, but Karen's a different fighter, right? That's why you say, like, the truth is Stanionis could beat Karen, but it doesn't mean stylistically he's going to beat fucking him. Oh, come on. That's a weak stoppage. Look at that. You're stopping that. Not that he got a big cut. He's just bleeding a little bit from here and there. It ain't fucking that big. See, that's the problem. When we say you can tell great fighters because their ability to adjust in the ring. Stanionis couldn't adjust in the ring. Matthias, at least he started to adjust to make it so that Ford couldn't be effective or as effective, right? So he started crowding him, doing things that made it hard for Ford to be effective. Stanionis can only fight one way. And when that wasn't successful, then mentally he just fucking got frustrated and quit. And that's what he did. He quit. It's a poor fucking way to end the round. You're not going to win any fucking medals, and nobody's going to be super excited to see you moving forward after that. Boots and Shiraz would be an amazing fight. What? Shiraz is going to be at 170, 168. His coach waved it off. Styles make fights. Now that was weak. He quit. Was too easy. For sure. Quit, man. And it's Jirisov. Jirisov don't want that. I mean, he's a way different fighter than fucking Stanionis. More of a boxer and a mover. But still, his coach Marvin Samodio stopped it. Damn. That's why you need Freddie in there. Freddie wouldn't stop it. Damn. For $31 for my subscription, I wanted at least 11 rounds. Come on. We still might have the fight card out of Cuba, right? You guys tell me if that fight's on DAZN. When I was looking at it the other day, it was being pushed by DAZN, but
TKO, he's still undefeated. He's still the IBF and the new unified WBI every magazine walked away champion of the world.
Boots. Boots. See, Boots, that's your nickname. You don't need fucking the body taker, the body something, none of that shit. But, people are talking about how Boots is finished with his contract with with Matchroom. So people are speculating that he's going to go back to the PBC. I don't know after this, after Eddie Hearn and the guys get your Ring Magazine, get you your unification fight. Now the possibility of him getting a Norman unification fight greatly increases because obviously you're going to be more well known, more attention's coming your way, getting a lot more fucking hype and fucking praise. So people are going to be far more excited to see that Norman Boots fight right now. But let's see what he's got to say.
Boots, congratulations. You have 3 pieces of hardware now around your waist now, the unified champion.
Yeah, 160. Shiraz is moving to 168. And I don't mean fighting at 160 tomorrow. Moving.
I think I did it, but I'm gonna go back and watch it. I feel like I was, just getting in my groove, starting to lose and having fun. And my dad told me, cheap question, you won't stop me. And what's crazy was I had to drink it out, don't stop me just like this in a subtle room. But things happen, getting through.
That was a terrific fighter you had in front of you, undefeated guy, former Olympian. You might have won every single round, plus that 10-8 round. What was working for you in the ring tonight?
The biggest part was just me having my fun, being myself, and having a live body in front of you. When I got a live body in front of you, I see what happened. I put on a show. I had my fun. I show you speed, power, defense. I show you a little bit of inside game. I show you everything. I feel like I said, when I got a live body in front of me, it's a whole different story. You're going to see a whole different Boots. And I'm going to keep taking it to the next level.
Body shots in this game are an investment. You were invested in that body very early in this fight. Could you feel yourself softening him up as the rounds went on?
Yeah, I felt like softening him up. I feel like I go to the body as much as I wanted to. Yeah, he was much shorter in the ring. Like the way he fight, he like kneel down. So when I was trying to really go to his body, it was like I got to switch it up. I got to do something different. So I did that, and I still found a way to get to that body still. Yeah. It's a good time.
You were already a recognized world champion. Why was it so important to you to win a title in the ring?
It was very important for me. Like I said, for this idea belt right here, I was the interim champion. I was elevated. I woke up one morning and I was world champion. I never actually fought for this belt, and I finally was able to fight for the NBA or fight for another title and take it from the man and beat him. It's a blessing, and that's everything I always wanted, it felt way better than sitting in the bed, waking up, and I was IBF champion.
Did it surprise you at all that he didn't come out for that last round?
No, I mean, he's a great fighter. He's a good guy, but like I said, every round, I just getting in my bed, getting in my groove, loosening up, having fun. And I feel like I was just picking it up. And, yeah.
You faced some criticism over the last few months, criticism that I know bothered you. How much of that did you bring into the ring tonight?
I definitely brought some of that in here with me. They still ain't seen that yet, though. I got a long way to go. I'm just getting started. The party just getting started.
The belt's now around your waist. Is it more belts or is it move up?
I'm enjoying my victory. Enjoy these belts. Take some time with the fam, talk to the team, and we're gonna see what's next.
Is becoming undisputed though part of your plan?
We'll see. Like I said, we'll see. Let me enjoy this victory. Chill with my fam and talk to my dad, my team, and we get a big shout out to that part. Me at the spot.
Congratulations, Boots.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody coming out. Philly, Jersey, Tri-State, New York, Delaware, Baltimore, DC. If I'm missing anybody, everybody that traveled all over, even Lithuanian people. I want to thank Eddie, Matchroom. Appreciate y'all. Many more things to come, many more blessings to come. Shout out to my brother too.
No question about that. Congratulations, well done, Eddie. We'll bring you in here, and Eddie. You said to me before this fight you wanted to see this man make a statement. Was that what you wanted to see?
What a wonderful, humble man. Not from me. Tear up the pound for pound list. This is one of the finest fighters in the sport. Tonight, that was a performance of one of the best fighters in the sport of boxing. Now the unified world champion, Ring Magazine champion, by far the best fighter in the division. He's going to be around for a long time, 47, 54, 60. It's all coming. You're witnessing true greatness. Now he'll make his way onto the pound for pound list. We've got to fight the other champions. The future is so bright. He's the future of the sport of boxing. And what a great man.
He hasn't moved on to the pound for pound list yet, not based on a victory over Stanionis. Let's calm down. Obviously, we know why Eddie's doing that. Thank you very much, Hollow Ninja. Yeah, one of those fights, small guy versus big guy.
It was the best be the best, but it was a walk in the park for true greatness.
It was a walk in the park. Easy work. Easy work.
I would say, Boots, you've learned not to make any predictions immediately after the fight from what happened the last time. But Eddie, you're going to be making some decisions to help him make those decisions. What's your first call on Monday?
Listen, the first call is Boots wanted to unify. He wanted to fight some champions. People criticised him about not moving up and not fighting for a belt. He said, all I want to do is fight the champions, win other belts. We stayed patient and it paid off tonight. Now we'll sit as a team, Bozy, Everett, got such a great team of people. And by the way, this is a guy that's chasing greatness. He's making money and the money will come, but that's not the important thing to Boots Ennis. It's about legacy and it's about proving to everyone that he's the best fighter in the world. And he's a joy to work with because all he wants to do is give the fans the best fights. And he will do that consistently over the next 5, 6, 7 years. This is a true champion. And what you saw tonight was just a snippet of what's to come. There's so many names I want to call out, but I'm not going to do it. Tonight belongs to Jaron Ennis. What a star, what a fighter.
Yeah, congratulations, Eddie. Congratulations, Boots. Phenomenal performance.
Phenomenal indeed. And Sergio, as I mentioned a little earlier, I don't know who's going to be jumping up and down saying, I want Boots next.
Nobody. And that's the reason.
Nobody.
For a long time, man.
Was it Tio calling for that fight? I wonder if Tio still wants that fight. Tio's full of shit. Tio fucking jumping in to try to fight Boots is fucking a death sentence. 135-pound fighter, literally basically jumping up 2 weight divisions against a fighter who's better anyway, right? Even without the size. Haney, laugh out loud. Haney will get fucking knocked out quick. Haney over Canelo is crazy. Yeah. Machado, keep Boots, Haney, and Boots on the list. Take Canelo off the list. Oh, Damon, come on, man. Now you're talking crazy, man. Like, see, this is a fanboy list. That's what you're creating. You're pushing Black American dudes on there because you're fanboy for them, but you're not using fucking reality. When I break down pound for pound lists, it's based on fucking who you beat, what you've accomplished in the ring, and what have you done recently, right? It's not a fucking, historical fucking greatness list. So that's why Canelo is no longer top 3. But he's still above fucking Haney and Boots at this point. Come on. Don't be delusional. Oh my God, Sean. Doesn't put a United Ring magazine champion on the list. What are you talking about? Who are you going to take off the list, Damon? You're not taking Canelo off. Canelo is fucking also Ring magazine champion, a fucking 4-weight world champion, and arguably fucking undisputed. So Boots is not even fucking close to that. So who are you going to fucking take off the list? David Benavidez, if he's on the list, take his ass off the list, put Boots on for sure. But David can now say, I'm a 2-weight world champion, but I've never been unified, right? You're going to take Tank Davis off the list? You're going to take Tank off the list? Because Tank Davis ain't the Ring magazine champion. Was Tank ever the Ring magazine champion? I don't think Tank's been the Ring magazine champion at 130 or 135. So Tank's never been. And I ain't hating on Tank. I'm just saying, if you want to take someone off a list and use Ring magazine and unification as the standard, that would mean you're taking Tank Davis off the list. I heard Boots had 36 hours of rehydration. FBA, pound for pound list. Damon couldn't stay grounded. Styles make fights, yes, but Boots is a weight bully like Haney. You ain't a weight bully when you're doing what the fucking system has in play. Like, the system does this, it allows everyone to do this. Everybody can be a weight bully. Virgil Ortiz was doing the same thing until his body just couldn't deal with it anymore, right? Fucking everyone does it. So it is what it is. I'm not calling people weight bullies because the guys they're fighting are probably doing the exact same thing. Just honest, Devin Haney should not be on any kind of pound for pound list. Devin on Tank, not pound for pound material. Well, Devin, I don't think is pound for pound, but I don't have a problem with him being top 15, just on the border. But I think Tank is pound for pound. Tank is a dominant, destructive fighter. One poor performance against Lamont Roach doesn't change that. Everybody's had bad performances. So it is what it is. You can't be overly critical. Look at that. About the same percentage of landed punches, but literally fucking Stanionis threw 100 less punches, landed half the amount of punches, which, yeah, you throw less, you land more, land less. ESPN has Devin Haney on their pound for pound list. No, I know people do because he's undisputed. He's got victories over Prograis and Lomachenko. So based on that, you could justify, but based on his poor performance against Ryan Garcia, how he got hit by that left hand consistently, you can see right now he doesn't deserve to be on the list. He can bounce back, obviously, like anybody can. Missed the fight. I was asleep. Was Boots good? Boots was fucking excellent. Sublime. Dominant. He really made Stanionis look like he should not even be in the same ring with him, right? He also looked much bigger. He was able to take Stanionis' punches. He literally started getting in there, letting Stanionis hit him. Took those shots well. Stanionis couldn't deal with his volume, couldn't deal with his size and his power. But Boots was also able to move on the outside, control distance. So he really showed what people have been hyping him up for. Versatility, able to do it many different ways. Stanionis has one way to do it, one motor, one speed, no adjustments, and that was exposed terribly today. Espinoza is more deserving of making it on the top pound for pound list than Haney and Boots. 2 back-to-back wins against 2-time Olympic champions. Who's Divino Espinoza? This was really a up fight. It's not a setup fight because literally Boots called out all the champions, offered fucking what's his face a world title, right? The problem was the only person that stepped up to take the fight was Stanionis. He did. He controlled the distance. Jab into the guts, jab into the head. Divino. Oh, Rafael Espinoza. Okay. Sorry. Well, Espinoza, come on. Espinoza's not unified yet. He's the epitome of a weight bully. Come on. If we're going to say that Tank Davis is a weight bully, you got to say fucking Espinoza is a fucking weight bully as well, right? Like, he's the epitome of a weight bully. That guy could easily move to 130 and face Raymond Ford in 2 months, and he would still fucking be gigantic compared to Raymond Ford. Janibek should be above dishonest Devin Haney and set to Tank Davis on every pound for pound list. Oh, come on. So far, Janibek hasn't fought a legitimate opponent. That's what's holding him back. Robsy is better than any Boots opponents. Yeah, that's true. But I didn't say Boots is pound for pound top 10. That's Eddie Hearn, and Eddie Hearn's his promoter. So, of course, Eddie Hearn's going to say that. And, tomorrow, probably a lot of usual suspects on YouTube are going to be saying it as well, right? Talking about how Ken Shiro shouldn't be on the list. Boots should be above Ken Shiro. It's like, come on, man. Ken Shiro is a 2-weight unified champion and was also Ring Magazine champion. Janibek is like Boots. I need to see what Thunderdome has to say. He was saying Stanionis was going to expose Boots in terms of resume. Well, that's not a surprise. I don't know if Thunderdome has ever picked a black fighter to win a fight. Ever. Not that I recall, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I missed something. But I'll be back. I need to use the loo, and then we can break this down, talk about what we want to see Boots do next, and if he's really pound for pound. Hold on, people. And he's back. Back for greatness. So what are we talking about here, people? In terms of resume, Davis and Haney have never beat legitimate opponents. Never beat legitimate opponents. Well, Haney did beat legitimate opponents. Tank Davis, not so much. I think Thunderdome picks Boots like I did. I guess the next for Boots is to unify for other champions, Norman and Barrios. And if he gets those fights, I want to see Gissioff. Well, obviously that's the natural fight because Gissioff is the WBA mandatory and was on the undercard today. But obviously I don't think that fight happens because think about it. Fighting an unknown Uzbekistanian fighter after fighting a guy who's marginally known Lithuanian, it's not a way to really build your fan base in America, right? We see that with Bud Crawford facing Madrimov, right? He beat Madrimov, but then he was more criticized than anything else for beating him because people just don't respect Madrimov, didn't know who he was. So that's the problem when you fight Europeans. They may be dangerous, but even if you beat them, you're not going to get tons of respect. It would make more sense to get the Norman fight. Obviously, that fight would be big. Norman's father is a big shit talker, so that's just going to help elevate the fight even more. And for the American audience, that's a Sugar Ray Leonard, Tommy Hearns fight. I mean, I know it's not quite that level, but, you know, obviously it's got some of the same components. And the winner of that is easily, I think at that point, just getting close to breaking onto the pound-for-pound list. Because obviously you beat Stanionis and you beat Norman. Neither of them are established champions. So it's not like you can say, wow, those victories are fucking, you know, legacy. Maybe they will be down the road, but at this point, they're not. But he might also move to 154 because at this point, with this victory, you finally unify titles. You move to 154. Bud Crawford obviously moved out of the division. So now it's wide open. If you think you can make deals with guys like Tim Tszyu, Funduro, Murtazaliev, right? Like that would be an easy fight for Boots to get. Boots could easily get the IBF to push him into a mandatory fight for Murtazaliev. Nobody wants to fight Murtazaliev. I know he's another European, but at least there's like a world title on the line for him to become a two-weight world champion. You beat a guy that beat Tim Tszyu. It gives you some name recognition. Potentially, then you build up the fight between him and Virgil, which is huge. That's the legacy fight right there. Virgil Ortiz versus Boots Ennis. You know, it's a fight we've been talking about for 5 years now. So it's obviously a fight people would be really hyped for. Then you get the black demographic in America, black Americans pushing for Boots, even though a lot of them have never been Boots fans. And then you get the Mexican fan base pushing for Virgil, right? So you got that whole race thing that's obviously going to build up as well. Mike says, yo, Sean, I think Boots is good, but the hype him up too much. They're already saying he destroys everyone 154, 160. He ain't beating Janabek. I don't even think he beats Bakram or Ortiz. Okay, fair enough, but you got to put him in with a shot versus both Bakram and Virgil Ortiz. Like, what's the best thing Virgil Ortiz has done at 154 pounds? His best win was against Madrimov. It was a great performance. But prior to Madrimov making Bud Crawford not look stellar, he wasn't really well recognized. People were literally dismissing him as a world champion. And then you look at Murtazaliev, he beat Tim Tszyu. Tim Tszyu's a fighter that people wanted to see in big fights, but nobody was thinking Tim Tszyu was elite fucking pound for pound level type of opponent. So while those wins are good, do they show that those guys are levels above Boots Ennis? Not at all, right? If you think about Murtazaliev and you think about Virgil, neither of those guys can make in-round adjustments quite like Boots can. He's a far more versatile fighter than both of them, right? Boots loses to Virgil. Well, that's going to be the buildup, right? People have always been saying, you know, Boots beats Virgil, Virgil beats Boots, right? And that's only going to help elevate both guys. and the winner eventually is going to be pound for pound one of the top fighters in boxing. Also, potentially a real successful pay-per-view fighter in America. Those are the kind of fights you need, right, to really get your name credit. What's this saying? Who's next? Brian Norman? Mario Barros? That fight ain't going to happen. Or Virgil Ortiz? Obviously, I don't think Virgil Ortiz should be next, because Virgil don't even have a world title right now at 154. So it would be premature to fight him. Like, you got to let him get a world title. Then you get a title versus Murtazaliev. Then you can face Virgil for unification. Now that fight is fucking significant. Pound for pound. Barrios, I would love to see the Barrios fight. I think Barrios is stylistically a better opponent than Stanionis, because he does use a sharp jab. He is able to control distance a little more. He moves backwards a little better. Stanionis does not move backwards. He only moves forwards. Obviously, the Norman fight is the fight to make, though. That would be a fight that I'd be super stoked for. How long can Boots stay at 147? Barrios, easy work for Boots. Who do you think Bakram should fight next at 154? Well, I was saying that a guy like, what's his face? Who's the other European guy? Boholchuk. I was thinking Boholchuk or Conwell, right? Those guys have never been world champions. They're looking for their big opportunity. Here you go. The big names don't want to fight Murtazaliev because he's dangerous. So then you're not a big name. You don't need to price yourself out. You just want the opportunity. The opportunity is fighting for the IBF to fight Murtazaliev. You beat him, you become a world champion, and now you obviously open doors for yourself. Conwell, obviously, a great up-and-coming young American fighter. Boholchuk has looked great, right, and kind of got screwed over multiple times. Norman is probably going to fight Sasaki. He is going to fight Sasaki. He's talking about going to Japan to take on Sasaki. But think about how that plays out, right? People are going to say Norman's ducking a unification fight with Boots because, well, you might get good money to go to Japan and fight Sasaki. Sasaki is not a huge star in Japan. He's not fucking Inui. So the money is not going to be that big. I mean, if you're going to get paid more than the $1.4 million you were offered to fight Boots, okay, fair enough. But you also have to go travel fucking 12 hours, 15 hours away. Food in Japan is very different than what you're used to. So for a dude like him, Norman, I don't know how well he's going to adapt to Japanese culture, right? Even though the food is fine. Like, Japanese food is cool. You can eat Japanese food. You shouldn't have any stomach problems. It's very easy to eat, right? Not like some food. But yeah, you just don't like people hype certain fighters up so much, like Janibek would hurt Boots. But you're talking Janibek. Boots not going to fight Janibek next. Janibek talking about going up to 168 to fight Canelo. Laugh out loud. They dude is a monster. Maybe Boots has chance against Virgil or Bakram, but Janibek would hurt Boots. Mike, you're the only one really bringing Janibek into this conversation. I never even mentioned Janibek as a potential opponent for Boots Ennis. When I talked about Boots Ennis moving up to 160, it was through his career, which does not mean next. There's literally zero chance Boots Ennis is going to move to a fucking 160 to try to fight Janibek. 0% chance of that happening. Janibek doesn't sell. He's not a big name. So you take on a bigger fighter and you wouldn't necessarily get paid more money or get more recognition from beating him. So there's no chance that fight's going to happen. Not saying you're doing that, Sean. I know you're unbiased, just saying other people giving Boots way too much credit, in my opinion. Well, to be fair, John Boxing, who was on the live today, he literally has shit on Boots Ennis for the majority of his career. Only like recently as he gave Boots any praise at all, because of course Boots is black and he's trying to use him to shit on non-black people, fighters. But the truth is he's been consistently critical of Boots, and there's lots of people that are like that. A lot of people aren't happy that Boots didn't sign with the PBC, right? That he went a different route. And this is consistent within the American boxing fans. Shakur, he signs with Top Rank. So, of course, he's got to be shit on and criticized. Doesn't sign with fucking PBC, goes with Matchroom, going to be heavily scrutinized and criticized, right? Now people are all Abdullah Mason fans. Let's see how long that lasts. Abdullah Mason is also on ESPN. Eventually, if there's an opponent who's not ESPN but is more PBC, like Kermel Moton, people are going to be hyping up Moton, shitting on Mason, right? We've seen this story unfold fucking multiple times. Hold on one second. I just want to see what's going on with that Cuban fight card. Does anyone know? There's the big fight card in Cuba with all the great Cuban amateur fighters fighting pro on a big card in Cuba. And it's supposed to be on DAZN today. So I'm just curious if that fight card happened or if it's something coming up later. Sports. Boxing. Because they said the fight was on, so I'm hoping what's all this shit? Why do you only show that card on people? We want to see all boxing. Fucking showbiz. Scrolling through fucking DAZN and seeing showbiz's face look at me, it's kind of uncomfortable. Yeah, I don't know if that Cuban card is on in Taiwan. Let me know if you guys see that fight on DAZN where you are. Because literally when I was looking at that card, it was advertised on DAZN on the fight poster. But when I look here, no bueno. No bueno. Because that card was going to be exciting. I was excited to see that, but I don't know. It doesn't look like it's going to be happening. Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't look like I find it, but you guys check. Let me know if you see that Cuban card from DAZN. If not, I gotta see if I can find it on a live or on like a illegal stream. Where are we? Norman is probably gonna fight Sasaki. Was the LDBC rooting for Stanionis because he's the PBC fighter? Exactly. Were the LDBC rooting for Stanionis because he was the PBC fighter? God, no. A black fighter not fighting under the PBC is seen as an Uncle Tom. Well, I don't know if it's Uncle Tom, but they definitely fucking want to find reasons not to support the guy, which is ridiculous. Like, why do you care who promotes a fighter? Like, this is also the crazy shit you see. Because the truth is, if it's Al, Oscar, Bob, Eddie, if fighters are being built up and giving us great fights, what does it matter who the promoter is? That's why with this current Turkey hate, I just don't get it. If Turkey's giving us great fights, why am I going to hate on it? When Al Heyman gave us fucking Fulton and Nui and Crawford versus Spence, I praised him for giving us great fights, great cards. When you do great things, you get great fucking recommendations. When you do nothing, you get criticized. That's just natural. Today is Sunday. It's my fast day. I'm so excited that I get not to eat all day. Hopefully I have lots of things to do to keep myself busy. Otherwise, it's going to be fucking torture. Luckily, I got nothing in my house to eat except grapes. But yeah. But let's throw this shit up here. Turkey is a threat to American monopoly on boxing. But he's not, because he's going to do very few fights in America. So, think about that. Like you could literally have American promoters doing their thing and working with Turkey to do Turkey's thing, and it doesn't necessarily have to fucking impede each other at all. And as far as TKO is not going to be threatening anybody fucking for years, right? It's like in my school, we're implementing a new class, right? That's going to be whole English all day because obviously now we do half day English and then half day Chinese, but it's going to be whole English all day. Um, when you implement something new, you start at the bottom and you let it naturally grow, right? So we introduce this class with junior classes and baby classes. And then obviously these kids grow into middles, and now it's middles, seniors, now it's seniors, and now it's throughout the whole kindergarten program. This is the same as TKO. They're going to be getting new fighters that nobody knows, hyping up their cards. Early on, they're going to get marginal success because nobody knows who the people are that are fighting on them. It's like pro box type of fight cards, right? And eventually you get to see these kids grow. You get to know who they are. You get to see them build up their careers. And then eventually, 5 years down the line, maybe at that point, TKO has established something significant. But that's not going to happen fucking right out of the gate. What did you think of Boots? Boots look great. Great. Literally, that is probably the best performance of his career because he at least was in with a solid solid opponent, right? His ability to fight on the outside, the inside, go to the body, go to the head, mix it up, showed lots of versatility. As I said in the live, the only question I have is Boots tends to want to step in and throw with you, which is great, but he got hit clean quite a bit. And when you go to 154 pounds or eventually 160 and you're fighting bigger fighters that hit harder, that's potentially going to be an issue. Potentially. Boots looked sensational. Stanionis isn't as durable as I thought he was. Yeah, it definitely did not look durable. And the stoppage was weak. Weak. That's quitting, man. Like Stanionis is going to be heavily criticized, not because he lost, but because he quit on his stool. That was a Lomachenko performance, a no Maschenko from Boots, right? That's what Boots did to him. He made him no mas on the stool, like Lomachenko was doing to everybody at 130. I agree with that assessment. Sean, how does Norman Jr. versus Boots end? That fight, I think, will end with a sensational knockout, whether it's Boots or Norman. Obviously, I think Boots is more versatile, but I think Norman is more durable than Stanionis, and I think he hits harder than Stanionis. He looks sensational in his last performance. His WBO, well, I can't even speak, title defense, right? His first title defense. He looked great. His hand speed looked really good. He was landing good shots with his left and his right. I thought it was a very good performance. Mind you, he was in with a mediocre opponent, so he did what he's supposed to do. But I definitely think Norman, who's younger, potentially could be a good opponent. But he's a smaller fighter as well. He's much more the same size as Stanionis, so he's going to be giving up reach. He's going to be physically smaller to Boots as well. But I do think he's going to be more durable, which potentially is going to give us a way more exciting fight with a potentially sensational knockout. I notice Europeans don't like body shots. Lost a lot of respect for Stanionis. No, I actually think Norman is chinny. Chinny? Has he ever been down? Norman Jr. is an enigma. Yeah, he's young, right? But yeah, at this point, you could kind of say he's an enigma. Conwell is fighting next week against a guy we have never heard of. Well, that's the problem with Charles, right? Charles is staying busy, doing what he has to do. If you can't get the big fights, you can't get the fights you need. You just got to make sure you keep fucking making money. You keep fighting. You stay sharp and wait for the opportunities to fall into your lap. And so hats off to Charles. He's doing what he should do. Who's Charles fighting? Conwell. The man, the myth, the legend, 21-0, 16. This dude is a real throwback fighter. 32-4. Oh, you know this guy. We've seen this guy fight before. Ore Garcia Perez. Never been knocked out. Tough kid. 26 knockouts in 32 fights. 4 losses. He's real tall. I think he's going to be taller and longer than Charles. He's 6 foot tall, 28 years old. His last loss came to a guy who was 11-0 back in 2023, split decision. Prior to that, you go back, he lost to Charles Ocampo in 2020, right? And I think that was obviously at a far smaller weight division because Ocampo was fighting at that time at welterweight against Errol Spence and stuff. So that was when he was at welterweight. Now he's at 154, more natural weight. And then his other 2 losses came early in his career. So as Mexican fighters, right? They lose early on against opponents. So I would say that this is not a bad opponent. His last win was a solid fighter. He beat Abdurkakov. Remember Kurdatilio Abdurkakov, who was Errol Spence's IBF mandatory back there not that long ago. So not bad. He beat Rourke Knapp, stopped him in 3. It should be a good fight, entertaining fight. But yeah, obviously Conwell is going to be expected to win that. That's a fight that could happen in the future. I never rated Stanionis. Conwell should be able to beat him easily. Couldn't watch the fight. I saw Ennis won. Was the fight good? Ennis's performance was good. Stanionis was kind of exposed and then quit on the stool, which was disappointing. Stanionis was exciting to watch, which is disappointing. He went out the way he did. Exactly. Yeah. It's with all the buildup and all the things you're saying, to go out like that really is contradictory, because the least you could do is come out in the 7th round, try to make adjustments. Maybe fucking get on the inside, hold, mug, maul, do something different, right? Or try to stay on the outside, and move, try to keep the distance. Not stay in range with your high guard, but sort of move back and be more versatile. But it shows you he's limited, one-dimensional fighter. It's disappointing because the fight could have been better. But to be fair, Boots Ennis beat the fight out of him. That's what he did. He beat the fight out of him, and he just didn't want any more. And yeah, at that point, what's Stanionis going to do next? Well, Stanionis was badly outgunned. Yeah, but that's because the way he fought, right? Not able to make any adjustments at all. Kiko, what's up? Good morning. What did you think about Boots Ennis' stellar performance against Stanionis to become the Ring Magazine welterweight champion? Did you watch it? Were you hyped? Did you like it? Did anyone find that Cuban card that I was talking about? Come on, people. Give me some information. More of us can find stuff better if we work together. I don't know where that shit is. It doesn't pop up on my box rec. So then I'm like, man, where's that shit? I don't know how I'm going to find those fighters, because they're all like amateur fighters who've had like 3 professional fights. Stanionis should move down to 135. Man, 135? You mean 140? Maybe 140. I don't think Stanionis is moving down to 135 anytime soon. Let me see if I can find that Cuban. Where is he? I know he only has 3 fights, but he should still be ranked high based on his exemplar amateur pedigree. 3-time Olympic gold medalist. So Stanionis should have been much more effective. He should have. You're getting in there with an opponent like Boots. So what was your game plan to begin with? You came in there and you thought what? I thought Stanionis would have been a tough fight for Tank. But now not so much. A tough fight for Tank? Jesus Christ, man. You want Stanionis to fight Tank Davis? Oh, man. I never can find it. What is it? What's that great Cuban fighter? Something Cruz. De La Cruz. De La Cruz. De La Cruz. Cuban. No. Come on, De La Cruz. Because we damn well knew Tank wasn't going to fight Boots. But now, not so much. Well, why would Tank fight Boots? Right? That's the same as saying fucking Anui should fight Tank. No, he shouldn't. How do I spell De La Cruz? No De La Cruz. Come on, people. Help a brother out. What's that great Cuban fighter? De La Cruz, 3-time Olympic gold medalist. What's his first fucking name? Come on, where's Drunk Irishman? I need boxing encyclopedia in there, giving a brother steps. One red flag I always saw with Stanionis is he went the distance with Delorme. But, man, he showed good durability against Butayev. Yeah, I picked Butayev to win that fight. I felt Butayev was just a better fighter, better boxer, and taller, and just a more natural 154-pound fighter. And he did well against Butayev, which surprised the fuck out of me. And now Butayev is kind of fallen off the map and disappeared completely, which I don't understand. But that just shows Boots is on another level. Yeah, Boots is on another level, right? I've been saying that for years now. Right, John? I've been telling you, you should be hooking your fucking horses to the Boots Ennis train and jumping on that for potentially the next great pound-for-pound Black American fighter. But you rather push O'Shaquie Foster. Okay. There's no way that he's ever going to be a pound-for-pound fighter, but okay. Man, I'm disappointed. I can't find what I'm looking for. Where's that shit? Let me Google search. Cuban boxing card this weekend. There we are. Thank you, boxing scene. Professional boxing returns to Cuba on April 11th. What's the day? Is today 11th? Today's 13th. So that fight card already happened? What happened? What's going on? Why is my life fucking in turmoil? How come I don't know what's going on? I'm dazed and confused. Julio Cesar de la Cruz. Thank you, Jaguar. Yes, that's the man. Oh, that fight card was supposed to be on DAZN. So if it happened on the 11th, that means it happened on Friday? I have to go see if I can find that. I definitely want to watch it here. 12 here. So then yesterday. A little off subject, but did you see where Pacheco just ducked Mimbili? I don't know if it was a duck per se, because both of those guys were pushing hard to get the fight in their region. Pacheco, obviously, in America, Mimbili in Canada. So I think it had more to do with that kind of thing. They're both being a little bit of prima donnas. But let's think, Mbili was also scheduled to fight Saggio in France, and he blatantly ducked that fight. So I wouldn't be too quick to jump on Pacheco's ducking Mbili when Mbili was just scheduled to fight his French counterpart and literally dropped out of that fight. Batayev moved up to 154 and is highly ranked. He might fight Bakram for the IBF title, the 254-pound title. Damn. Yeah, I see where you're getting at. I would love to see Butayev fight Bakram Murzaliev. Butayev was a good fighter. I liked watching him. So there we are. What's the name? Arlen Lopez. I should be able to remember that. So, but it doesn't even show the results, right? Usually they will show the results of fights on BoxRec. So, come on, Arlen Lopez. Arlen Lopez. There you are. You Cuban. Yeah, so it still doesn't have his fights done, right? The fights obviously happen, but BoxRec always does that, where we still don't know the results. Yeah, I see where you're getting at, Tron, and it's the new unified champion should fight Barrios in a unification fight. I'd be cool with Barrios or Norman, regardless of which guy. Obviously, we know Norman is probably going to go to Japan to fight Sasaki. So in the meantime, fight fucking Barrios. But the problem with Barrios is he's a PBC fighter. He's more interested in doing a pay-per-view with Manny fucking Pacquiao. As if that's a fight anybody wants to watch. Right now, there is 9 people in the chat. You tell me which of you would pay to watch fucking Mario Barrios fight Manny Pacquiao on pay-per-view. $80 fucking pay-per-view on PBC. I like to see Stanionis would maybe do against someone like Madrimov. Well, he's too small for Madrimov, man. He better just stay at welterweight and wait for fucking dudes like Tio and Haney and Ryan Garcia to move to that weight division. Then maybe he'll have some success. After that, though, I think he's pretty much done. Good day. What's up, Bacon and Eggs? Long time no see. What would you rate the performance from Boots today? I'll watch the highlights later. I would say A+. A+. I don't think there's anything that we could say he could have done better. But, you know, you can also say some of that has to do with the opponent. Obviously, different opponents, different levels of success. But Stanionis, you'd say, was perfectly made opponent for Boots to look sensational against. And he did. He looked sensational, looked great. When people talk about him being on the pound-for-pound list, it's not that I don't think he could be on the pound-for-pound list. I just think it's premature right now. Obviously, I've been talking about how I saw him and Shakur being the guys that eventually are top of the pound-for-pound list for the next 10 years to come. But you still got to fight the fights, beat the opponents, do what you got to do to sort of elevate yourself onto that list. Beating Stanionis, I don't know if that is enough to say, yes, now you are pound for pound. I think Boots should be over Tank. But Tank is a legitimate two-weight world champion. Is Stanionis better than the opponents that Tank has been in with? No. No. Not at all. No chance. You'd have to say that Pedraza is a much better victory for Tank Davis than Stanionis is for fucking Boots. Come on, let's keep it 100. Pedraza is a two-weight world champion, was on the brink of becoming a three-weight world champion. I think Karen is a guy who would surprise a lot of people. Well, now that seems even more likely, right? That's why I said a good opponent next for Stanionis would be Karen. Two guys that lost to Boots. Obviously, one performed far better than the other, but styles do make fights. So it would be an interesting matchup. And then you get what? Karen is Ukrainian, so Ukrainian versus Lithuania. Tank is an email champ at 135. He's not an email champ. That is the WBA, so it's more recognized for the WBA regular champion to be elevated to super champion. I mean, that historically has always happened. So that's not quite an email champion. Not quite to the extent of David Benavidez, who literally is an email champion, or Devin Haney, who was an email champion. I know John, he fucking thinks that Lomachenko was an email champion, but Lomachenko did beat the opponent that he was scheduled to face to win the title. So he had to beat somebody to win the title. He didn't just get the title. And then to follow up with that, Karen is a more skilled boxer than a lot of the guys Tank has fought. Once again, David, Tank Davis also beat fucking a future Hall of Famer in Leo Santa Cruz. Karen is not a future Hall of Famer, right? Like Frank Martin. You could say Frank Martin is a better fighter than fucking Karen. So at this point, it's premature to talk about Boots Ennis being ranked above anyone that's in the top 10. Has he moved himself closer to becoming a pound for pound top 10 fighter? Sure. But let's let him fucking continue to do what he has to do. Mate, Trump Unboxing was a great addition. Yeah, I forgot to put my head on today. It doesn't quite fit as nice as I would have liked, and it doesn't seem quite as Trumpy as I would prefer. Martin is a good win, I guess, but even that is iffy. Well, what's iffy is the fact that Martin still hasn't got back in the ring since that loss a year ago and hasn't got a significant win on his schedule. At this point, he should easily has bounced back with a quality victory, right? Easily. And we know he's moving to 140 pounds. Right now, that division is wide fucking open. So there's no reason Frank Martin shouldn't be right in line for a potential PBC world title fight. Throw Frank Martin in there with fucking Gary Russell, right? That would be a great fight. Imagine Frank Martin, Gary Russell for that WBA title. That shit would be fucking fire. And at this point, I would favor Frank Martin to beat Gary Russell, even though whatever Gary Russell's done, his performance in his last fight was fucking fantastic, unbelievable. His punch count went from 600 to fucking 900. Like, man, that dude's endurance was fucking unbelievable. I'm surprised Richard Sampson didn't come to talk about Golovkin. Yes, there's still time. He may do that soon. Who knows, right, with that fucking guy. Delgado just lost to Elvis Rodriguez in a robbery. Delgado beat Jackson Marinas easily. I think, yeah, Delgado definitely got a lucky victory against Elvis Rodriguez. I thought Rodriguez deserved that win. Martin went life and death with Marinas. David, but you can't use this triangle theory, right? You can't use that kind of way to break down a fight because you could say that about everybody. You think Frank Martin would beat Russell? I don't. Frank Martin is too muscle bound. What does that mean? What does that have to do with anything? Obviously, moving up to 140, he's not going to have to be as drained as he was against Tank Davis. So you're going to get the best out of him as well. Doesn't throw enough punches. Well, that's only because fucking Gary Russell's on the juice, right? He's roided up. How do you go from 600 punches to 900 punches between one fight against a better opponent, right? Because I think what's-his-face fought great in that fight. It's just unfortunate there's no way he could keep up with fucking Gary Russell's output, which was fucking unreal. Like, we really thought that Gary Russell was going to fade in the second half. That dude did not fade. He ended up fighting another 5 rounds afterwards in the fucking training room. Frank Martin is a decent fighter. We shall see. He is a decent fighter. Hand speed, power, looks good, right? I never shit on Tank Davis for fighting Frank Martin. I just pointed out the fact that how much credit can we give Tank for beating Frank? Frank had never beaten a top 10 135-pound fighter. So while he looked great against the guys he was beating, he didn't beat anyone. So of course he should look good. Those are the two best they need to fight. Who are the two best? Oh, Norman puts Boots to sleep. Oh, Evan, you with your crazy takes. In what world do you think Norman puts Boots to sleep? Like, let's be honest. Boots at this point looks the better prospect. Norman is a guy that ESPN basically gave up on, threw him in to get beat by Santillan. He came out, performed great against Santillan, showed toughness and endurance, and then just recently, after 1 year, bounced back against a mediocre opponent. Looked great, but against a mediocre opponent. What's up? Kulo, welcome. Norman doesn't want to step up and take the fight. That's it. He was offered the fight and he ducked it, right? They know he's young. He's 24, and they don't want to rush into a fight with Boots Ennis. Norman could be on the juice. Well, everybody's on the juice. I'm not surprised if Boots on the juice, Stanionis on the juice, fucking, Russell on the juice. Everybody's on the juice. They're just on different kinds of juices. Some for muscle, some for losing weight, all kinds of different stuff. So when I say someone's on the juice, I ain't hating on them, because literally I think every fucking fighter, every top level athlete is on the juice. I'm on the water, but then once again, I'm far from a top level athlete. Even though I might look like one, don't let that fool you guys. Those years are long past. I'm lucky if I can bend over and tie my shoes. But, let's be fair. We would love to see the Boots versus Norman fight, right? That's a great fight. I think that fight gets tons of push in America. Tons of push. And of course, the Errol Spence fans are going to be pushing who? I don't know. Not Boots, not Norman. So I don't know how that dynamic is going to play out on the YTBC. I don't know who Ego and Fandon are going to support. I don't know who the LDBC is going to support. It'll be interesting. Did Ring IQ make a video on fans speculating Boots leaving Matchroom? A few people talked about that. Yeah, talking about Boots potentially going back with the PBC, even though he was never with the PBC, but potentially leaving Matchroom to go sign with PBC. We understand PBC fans hope and dream that a guy like Boots would join them because they need him. Outside of Tank Davis and fucking David Benavidez, who the fuck does PBC have? Right? Mario Barros? Okay. Woo! Stephen Fulton? Okay. I mean, you're not going to fucking be making much money off Stephen Fulton. His best fight and his biggest payday already happened. He's never going to get paid as much money as he got paid versus Inui. Outside of that, who else do we have? Oh, Carlos Adames? Erislandy Lara? Right? Like, PBC had what? Not Boots. Boots was never a PBC fighter. He was signed with Showtime. And obviously Showtime televised PBC fights, so they put Boots on the cards. But he was never contracted as a PBC fighter. So him leaving, he didn't leave the PBC. He was never with the PBC. But yeah, there's speculation that potentially he's going to join the PBC. I mean, if he does, he does. If you go to 154, as I said in the comment section, you could see that that's not a bad move. If you join the PBC and move up to 154 pounds, it opens a lot of doors for fights with a lot of PBC fighters. Obviously, PBC, the one division that they really have a lot of power in is the 154-pound division, unlike others where they have little to no power. But if he stays at 147 pounds, does he need to join the PBC? The PBC is looking for a payday with Barrios, so they're more than happy to shop him around. And of course, Norman is with Top Rank, so nothing to do with PBC. And then, of course, if you have Haney, Ryan Garcia, and Teo move up, those guys are all like, well, Haney and Ryan, they are matchroom as well. So those fights are potentially easy fights to make with Boots Ennis. The winner of Haney versus Ryan to challenge Boots Ennis for unified welterweight world title, that shit's there, man. And that's potentially a huge fight and an in-house matchroom fight on DAZN. I was a Stanionis fan until what he did, laugh out loud. Oh no, well, that quitting was not great. Taylor is food at 147. He might be food, but think about it. When the up-and-coming fighters at 154 are guys like Teo, Haney and Ryan, Mario Barros, and some up-and-coming fighters that we don't know yet, then Taylor could have some success, get paid, and do some good things, depends on style matchups. Obviously, I don't think he beats Norman. I don't think he beats Boots. He didn't beat Teo, but he might have a chance versus Haney and Ryan, right? So you never know. You never know how it shapes up. He would at least be a good name opponent for any of those up-and-coming fighters. And I think if I was the winner of Ryan and Devin Haney, I'd prefer a fight with Josh Taylor than Boots Ennis. I would much rather prefer that fight. And if you went to UK and did it, you'd get paid probably more money than you would get fighting fucking Boots as well. We know John hated on Golovkin and talked about how all the top fighters shouldn't fight Golovkin because he's not a big name and won't generate big money. Of course, that only applies to Golovkin, right, John? But in this case, Boots is similar. You know, if you were one of these fighters like Haney and Ryan, even though coming off of your second fight, you're a big name in America. Boots Ennis is not a big name in America, not yet. He would literally be using you to build up his name. So potentially you could make more money going to the UK and fighting Taylor. Yeah, but even Ryan, right? He needs a name opponent to be successful in America. We see that with some of the other fights he's done that did mediocre numbers, weren't really big, successful sort of fights. Yeah, I think Taylor might be a tough fight for Haney. Haney should be able to outbox him, but I mean, Taylor's a skilled fighter, you know, good resume, been in with good opponents. Obviously, people will say, well, Devin Haney destroyed Prograis, so he'll destroy Taylor. But again, you can't triangulate. You know, you never know how these things work out. Is that version of 140 is overrated? That version of 140 is overrated, though. PBC has boxing. What do you mean they have boxing, John? That's all that matters. I have all networks. Their argument about the network is getting ridiculous. What network? What are you talking about, John? Boxing is looking good right now, right? Not. Celebrate boxing regardless of where boxing is at. See, John, unfortunately, you're barking up the wrong tree pushing that crap with me because I do support boxing where it is. When PBC put on great fights, I praise them. The problem is last year, PBC put on 5 fights. Canelo Alvarez is no longer with the PBC. Right now, they have 2 fighters that actually sell. Tank, Benavidez. And Benavidez is questionable. So the problem is, if you only have 2 fighters, what really are you doing? And how much influence do you have in the sport? What division does the PBC have a lot of fucking emphasis in outside of 154? 147? No. 140? Maybe they're better at that division. 135? No. 1 fighter. 130? No. 126? No. 1 fighter. And anything under 126, they have no fucking legs at all. And anything over 154, no legs at all. Literally, they're literally between 154 and 130, 126. 26, 30, 35, 40, 47, 54. 6 weight divisions. And even there, marginal. And this is not me hating on PBC because Al Heyman is black. That's your issue. Me hating on the PBC is that they fucking historically never worked with other promoters, never giving us the fights we want. Also, again, John, you could not watch PBC fights outside of America because Showtime is an American fucking app that can only be watched in America, just like ESPN and Top Rank. I said the same thing about Aram and Top Rank, that I can't watch them outside of fucking America as well, except when they were on that one app, which was great, but they didn't stay with that. So that was disappointing. That's why I prefer they all join DAZN. You put all of them on DAZN, and then they're all on one platform. You pay one fucking monthly fee. If fights are big enough, you do pay-per-views on it, but it's reasonable pay-per-view. You don't need to do $80 because now it's all on one fucking platform. That's what's good for boxing. It's not a monopoly because you still have all the promoters doing their own thing, but now there's no walls to stop guys from fighting each other and making fight cards together, right? You break down the walls and you open boxing globally for fucking everybody. That's perfect. Of course, you're so American centric, Black American centric, that you always think someone's hating on someone. No, what I'm thinking about is what's best for me and you, boxing fans. And unfortunately for you, you think everything is America, but yet America's population is less than 400 million. The population right now globally is what? 7 billion. So Edwin is going to have the same issues Stanionis did, inactive. I don't think inactivity is Stanionis' problem. Stanionis' problem is that he's one-dimensional and couldn't make adjustments in the ring. And him bringing it forward just made it easy for Boots to fucking hit him and look good in the process. For Edwin, obviously, Keyshawn Davis. I'm a big Keyshawn fan, but I don't think Keyshawn Davis is as good as Boots Ennis. That's not a negative. He still can be great and a pound-for-pound fighter. It doesn't mean he's necessarily as good as Boots. So I think he's going to beat Edwin, but I think Edwin's going to be harder for him than Stanionis was. Edwin is longer, awkward. So I think it's going to be a tougher fight. Yes, I agree. Stanionis, I think, doesn't hit that hard. Yeah. Edwin is going to be a tougher opponent. But I still think Keyshawn Davis is going to knock his ass out and, make a big statement. I also think Boots is better than Keyshawn. Yeah, but that's not negative. You can have two guys that are pound for pound, and one is still going to be ranked higher than the other, right? So it is what it is. But I'm excited more so. I'm more excited by Keyshawn's future than I am by Boots. Not to be critical of Boots. I just think Keyshawn, unlike Boots, has way more personality. So he's going to be able to really sort of cross over more than Boots can, right? Because he's just way more gregarious in front of the camera, more confident. He really likes the camera. He's like this to the camera, whereas Boots is like this to the camera. So I definitely think Keyshawn can be the bigger star, but I think Boots is the better all-around fighter. But here again, two fighters that John Boxing doesn't like. All this stuff showing you that he's PBC biased because he's consistently shit on Boots and he shit on Keyshawn Davis. Like, you're all about Black American fighters, yet two of the best up-and-coming young fighters you're critical of because they're not with the PBC. If they're with the PBC, you'd love them more? I don't know, John. You tell us. You tell us, John. Would you love them more if they were part of the PBC? I'm not crazy about Keyshawn either. Oh, Keyshawn is a fun fighter. Great style. Boxer, puncher. I like Boots, though. Well, plus 135 is a wasteland. It's not a wasteland. 135 has some of the best up-and-coming young fighters in boxing. You got fucking Abdullah Mason there, who literally looks like the 135-pound version of Boots, even though, to be fair, he's a different fighter than Boots. He's more of a Errol Spence, I think, than a Boots Ennis. But that's not a negative. Errol Spence was a dominant welterweight champion. So if Abdullah Mason can do that, he's going to have a great career. But you got Abdullah Mason coming up in that division, and not just him, like plenty of others. Let's just screenshot here for a second so we can all see what I'm looking at. Because it's better when we all play together, right? See, John, I just want to all play together. I'm all about inclusion, even though I'm not woke. But I like inclusion. Can't we all just get along? 135. I know this is box rec, so no respect for their rankings, but let's just check out some of the fighters in this division currently. Where are we? Lamont Roach showed us 135 is a wasteland. No, he didn't. Come on. Both Keyshawn and Tank are unbearable to me. Well, you don't have to like people's personalities. I get that. People are different. Some people are more approachable. So right now you got Tank, who arguably is pound for pound, Shakur, who's arguably pound for pound, Lomachenko, who's arguably pound for pound. So arguably you have 3 pound for pound fighters on this list. The problem is obviously they're not facing each other. That's a disappointment. Zepeda, solid, quality contender. Muratalla, solid, quality contender. Zaur Abdurev, solid, quality contender. Keyshawn Davis, looks like the future. Potentially a pound for pound quality fighter. So 4 potential pound for pound guys. And then solid contenders. Lamont Roach, solid contender. Sam Noakes, at this point, I chalk him up as a Euro bum. Not to use that in a derogatory term, but at this point, he hasn't done anything, so I can't really rate him too much. Even though he's 27, he might prove me wrong. Yoshino, already exposed. Older, not on that level. Abdullah Mason, already on BoxRec, pushing top 10, 21 years old. The future looks great. And then under him, Javier Herrera, the Cuban fighter, 22 years old, same age as Mason. That's why I said if you want to put Abdullah Mason in a great fight, put him in with Herrera, right? 21 versus 22, 18-0 versus 17-0, 2 hard punchers, 2 great fighters, obviously one from the Cuban school of boxing. Man, that shit's fucking dynamite. Dynamite. 2 of the best fighters on this list easily could potentially be pound for pound. I rate Mason more than Herrera. Lopez, the tough Mongolian kid, limited, right? He's never going to be world champion or pound for pound or elite, but he's solid, right? This up-and-coming Japanese kid, I know he's 30 years old, but up-and-coming, right? Obviously, I'm unfamiliar with him. My Canadian brethren, Lucas Badai, Floyd Schofield, another 22-year-old kid right there, right? Quality. Farmer's a quality opponent for anyone. And then you got Andy fucking Cruz, 31 years old, but 29 years old, but potentially he's easily top 5 in this list. If you throw him in right now with Muratalla or Zepeda, I think a huge amounts of boxing fans would favor fucking Andy Cruz over both of those fighters, just based on his skill set, right? So to dismiss the 135-pound division, the problem is we're not getting Tank, Shakur, and Loma fighting each other. And to be fair, Loma already fought tons of top guys. So that's why I consistently say it comes down to Tank and Shakur. Those are the 2 guys that should be fighting each other. Though they're the future of the division, that's the one that's going to really tell us everything about their legacy. John says, I don't like them. What? John, I didn't say anything about Abdullah Mason, so don't push him into the conversation. You shit on fucking Boots Ennis like crazy. You also shit on fucking Keyshawn. When he was fighting Petraza, you were shitting on Petraza as opponent. So stop the cap. Your videos are still up. So do I need to make a video and get my channel closed down by exposing you again? Come on, man. Anybody can go check out your videos and see. I rock with Abdullah Mason. Shakur Stevenson, Shakur, I don't like, proving my point, but support. And Boots, I like him. Just because I felt like he's beatable doesn't mean I am hating. John, you listed a bunch of scrub-ass opponents that you thought would beat him, including your fucking overrated fighter that I can't even remember his name, who's fucking irrelevant once again, right? So stop. We know you feel obligated to support them because they're black, but what you do in your videos and what you say really shows what you feel. Sam Noakes hasn't done anything. He does hit hard though. Yeah, but hard puncher against mediocre competition means nothing. Do you think 140 has redeemed itself a little bit? No. 140 was once like 154, deep and excellent. But at this point, who knows what to think about it? Russell bounced back. Matthias has got Hitchens terrified. Abdullah Mason Farmer will be graduation night. There's no point having Farmer coming off of 3 consecutive losses face Abdullah Mason at this point, right? You've put him in with a 22-year-old unbeaten Cuban that maybe you even said in your channel and other people were talking about that Keyshawn Davis ducked. When Keyshawn Davis needed it, oh no, Shakur ducked. Shakur ducked because instead of facing Herrera on the super card, he faced fucking Josh Padley. People literally were fucking saying that Shakur Stevenson was ducking Javier Herrera. So Mason Herrera, that's the one to do. That's the fight to make. Farmer's obviously a good opponent for him, but Farmer lost fucking 3 fights in a row. You're going to throw him in. And to be fair, Farmer's also way more seasoned than Herrera. Herrera and Mason's the fight to make. That's why I don't like 135. At least Keyshawn and De Los Santos are fighting. Speedy. Overrated. I'm not giving up at 140. It has some overrated fighters, though. But there's no great fighters at 140. Right? Like, who's the star? Tio? But Tio wants to move to 147 and join Boots and fucking Ryan and Devin Haney, hoping to get big paydays. He don't want tough fights at 140. And then you got who? A bunch of mediocre fighters that nobody's proven they're better than anybody else. You can have lots of great fights, but it's not a division that anyone's really fucking overly interested in. Ernesto Machado, yes, but still unproven, still young, right? We will see what happens with him moving forward. But 135, man, like right now, this division got lots. And we didn't even scroll down too much. You still got other up-and-coming young fighters as well. So, you know. And, of course, the great Josh Padley right there, 29-0. This man, Cabrera, fucking blatantly ducking Abdullah Mason like fucking crazy. He was going to be a great opponent for Abdullah Mason. 22-2, only stopped once. Not a hard puncher, so you don't have to worry about Mason's chin. Obviously, his split decision loss to Isaac Cruz is great. People thought he won that fight, right? Beat Gabriel Flores Jr., great win, 21-1. Once a really highly acclaimed fighter. Beat this guy, which doesn't mean anything, and then got fucking flatlined by Zepeda. But styles make fights. Styles make fights. 140. What's going on at 140? Let's look. I just thought 140 at one time was so stacked. No elite fighters, but just lots of depth. Haney's gone, so he's not there anymore. Lopez has got one fight. If he loses, then he's totally gone. Matthias was already exposed as a guy who really looks like he's struggling to make weight because he just doesn't have the same punch output. Andy Hiroka looks good, but I don't think anyone thinks he's a superstar. Barboza, he's good, 33-year-old, likely to get robbed on the cards against Tio. Catrell already got beat. Hitchens is a fighter nobody gives a fuck about. He's the style of American fighter that talks a lot and acts like he should be the pound-for-pound superstar, but in reality, nobody really cares. And then look at the guys under that. Paro looked good against one guy, looked bad against another. Azim, Eurobum. Agraba, Russian bum. Ramirez, good opponent for Haney. This Canadian kid, who knows who he is. Machado, 23 years old, okay. Puelo, steroid user. Delgado should have got beat by fucking Elvis. Smith, Eurobum. Caget, Canadian, opponent. Russell, he should be much higher than 18th. I don't know how Russell is so low after winning a world title. But you look, Elvis, remnants. That division is just in turmoil. It's fucking remnants. Ernesto Machado looks decent. You say that, John, but literally, I thought you made a video shitting on him. If Ernesto Machado starts getting tons of praise and hype, you're just going to make videos shitting all over him. So, come on. Yeah, I think 130 is better than 140 and 135. 130 is all about prospects. I think Mason would have beaten him easily, might have went the distance though. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, I just think for Mason, he's a young kid. You throw him in with a tall, long, good fighter who's been in with good competition, not a hard puncher, so you don't have to worry about him potentially getting caught. It's a good that's a perfect top-rank fight. Tank would try to get a belt at 140 since the champs aren't even that good. You think the ring belt should have been put up for this fight? Yeah, of course I do. You had two champions facing each other. Norman could have had the fight. He chose to duck the fight. So people want to say Norman is better than Stanionis. Based on what? Now they're going to say, look at Stanionis. He didn't look good at all. Yeah, but Stanionis not looking good against Boots doesn't elevate Norman because Norman didn't fight fucking either one of them. So we can't elevate a guy who didn't fight anybody. I know John is really behind Norman more so than Boots. But like literally, you're going to have one fight that Norman beat somebody, and that's it. Stanionis already had several fights against more recognized opponents or just as recognized. So, yeah, Ring Magazine deserves there. And if Norman wants the Ring Magazine, go fight Boots. Stanionis looked tiny in there with Boots. That's true, he did. Mason hits harder than Zepeda, but Zepeda goes to the body a lot. Richard Hitchens is the star at 140. Then 140 is lost because there's no fucking way he's a star. He's a star that's fighting Kambosos because he's hoping to build his name up by beating George Kambosos. You think Stanionis is better than Barrios? I think that's a good fight. Barrios already been beaten several times, stopped. But I think, Stanionis' pressure would be effective against a guy like Barrios. Even though Barrios is dangerous, he throws a good jab. He'll throw a good right hand trying to catch you coming in. Hitchens will beat Tio. That don't mean anything. Tio has proven time and time again that he struggles with boxers. That's why people think maybe he's going to lose to Barrios. Hitchens is the best. Hitchens is a guy that ducked Sabril Matias. So I don't know if we could say he's the best. And could he beat Gary Russell? The Gary Russell we saw in his last performance that threw over 900 punches? I don't know. Could he beat Puello, who, is still a champion, even though he got caught using the PEDs? I mean, that guy got a lot to prove right now. Were you impressed with Boots or is Stanionis C level? No, I was impressed with Boots. Boots made Stanionis look C level. I think Barrios might hit harder than Stanionis. After tonight, I think I might favor Barrios. Yeah, but look at what you're doing, right? You're basing Barrios' success on Boots' success. Sure, Boots was successful, but just because he was successful, that don't mean fucking Mario Barrios is going to be successful, because I think fucking Boots would knock out Mario Barrios too. The question is, would he do it faster or slower? But I feel confident that he still fucking does it. He knocks that motherfucker clean out. Let's look at the 130-pound division. This is one of John's favorite divisions because you got three fighters John loves, even though I don't know how Rikishi is somehow considered the star of the division. He doesn't even have a world title. But okay, so you got Rikishi, Navarrete, Oshaki, my man, Albert Batagayev, 12-0, 26 years old, looks great. Raymond Ford, Andre Cortez, right? Good up-and-coming fighter. Karachi, Hernandez, tough, rugged Mexican. Hata, I don't know why he's so high on the list. Valdez, he should retire. Sauerbeck, who is, looked good in his last performance. He's right there. Salmanov, Nunez, who of course is David's favorite fighter, the hard punching Mexican. Gulam, who actually, Gulam, he was on that Cuban fight card that's happening this weekend. Yeah, there you are. Cuba. I know the fight card's supposed to already happen, but still no results. Julio Cesar de la Cruz, Lazaro Alvarez, Arlen Lopez, and Musam Golom. But who knows what the results were. And then you got some up-and-comers. Where are those young guys? Come on, where are you? Here's the guy, the man, the myth, the legend. Hayata Tatsumi, 6-0, 3 knockouts, 25 years old. Look at this kid. He's been fighting great opposition right out the gate, right? That's the difference between guys with great amateur pedigree, jumping in, fighting legitimate opponents, and now he's facing Jaime Albador next. Not bad. Good, solid opponent. And if you look at his, why the IBF is not there? But his brother is the one to pay attention to. His brother is special. Special. Yeah, it seems like Barrios knows his level. He does. Norman is the second best in that division, I think. I hope he takes the money Eddie offers. Yeah, but as we said earlier, it looks like most likely he's going to fight Sasaki in Japan, who is his mandatory. So chances are Boots is going to probably have an opportunity to face Jisryov, who was on the undercard, who's his mandatory now. So they might as well do that, right? If you could have both guys get rid of their mandatories and then face each other later this year. But I don't know if Norman will fight 3 times this year or even Boots. I can imagine Boots maybe fighting 3 times this year. Right now it's early April, so May, June, July. It's their mandatories, right? You get that fight in Boots fighting is mandatory, the Sasaki in July, and then you have August, September, October, November to do a unification fight, 3-belt unification fight between Stanionis and Norman in Atlantic City or maybe Vegas for that fight. That would be good. Oshaki and Ford. I don't think Cortez is that good. I think Valdez has got one more fight left. Stanionis. Look at Richard. Richard, nobody was picking. I wasn't picking Stanionis to win. So you're not making me look bad. I made my prediction, and I think everyone that looks at my prediction sees that I picked Boots to win. Stanionis looked much bigger than what? Oh, in the weigh-in. No excuses. I said, come on. Whatever. Richard, you're a fucking clown. We've been clowning you fucking the whole fucking last 2 hours, and then the first comment you make just exposes exactly what we've been saying about you. Look who's arrived, Sean. I know. That means Boots will have to deal with the IBF rehydration clause. Unifications avoid that. That's true, Rick. But the problem is if Norman is going to fight his mandatory, what's Boots going to do? Just wait in the meantime? Like Gisioff actually fought on the undercard, right? So he took step-aside money to allow these guys to face each other. He got paid some cash. He's on this card, obviously it's not a big fight for Boots. It's not going to help his name to fight unknown Eastern Europeans, but you got to do what you got to do. Do you think Barrios would have a little success against Ennis, though? Boots gets lazy on defense. I wish Barrios had a little confidence in himself. Laugh out loud. I never said you did pick Stanionis. I know you're smarter than that. Yeah, I don't like your biased takes, Richard. Well, To be fair, there's several guys on this chat that have biased takes consistently. So, it's the norm. It's the norm. The welterweight division is lackluster division. Not lackluster. You got one of the best fighters in boxing headlining that division. So that's something people should be excited about. I mean, let's be fair. Divisions always go through their ebbs and flows, right? Think about years before. The welterweight division also was weak at certain points. The middleweight division is weak now. It was weak back in the days when B-Hop was dominating it. Like boxing divisions, right? They consistently change. People move up in ways, people move down, things happen. Yeah, welterweight is pretty weak outside of Ennis. Overall division is weak. You just want to disagree with me. No, but by you saying it's weak, you kind of dismiss and downplay Boots Ennis and don't want to really give him credit. It's not his fault that Spence and Crawford left the division, as well as Ortiz growing out of it. But that's what happens. Dudes fucking grow out and move up. Boots is going to eventually move to 154, right? It is what it is. 154 is a better division, and that's where Boots belongs. See, you have an agenda. That's your whole thing, right? He belongs at 154, but why? What superstar is at 154 right now? Tell me one superstar fighter at 154. Go. Just one. Come on, Rich. Tell us one superstar fighter at 154. Because I'll tell you, the winner of Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney at 147 is a way bigger opponent than anybody at fucking 154. For Boots Ennis to get the winner of that fight is a way bigger fight for his career. Bigger to build up his name, bigger for his legacy, bigger for his fucking pocketbook. It's just a better fight. He's still going to win, but I think he beats everyone at 154 too. Yeah, okay. So what great competition is at 154? Who's proven that they are so great in that division? The big names in that fight, Crawford's leaving. Spence looks like he ain't interested. Charlo apparently is going to 160. So then who's the great elite fighters at 154 right now? Funduro? Tim Tszyu? Lubin? Ramos? Pahochak? Madrimov? Murzaliev? Virgil Ortiz? These guys are established, pound for pound level. Guys that shown that they are elite. Potentially they might be. But at this point, all those guys are unproven. They all look to be on this level until they prove that they're above that level. So you could say there's more depth in that division. And we will agree with you. But nobody in that division has proven anything. No one at that division right now is an opponent that really Boots should be excited about. Crawford's gone. So at that division right now, if you need to move because you can't make 147, okay, I get it. But if you can still make 147, the biggest fight for you is probably Norman and then the Haney-Ryan Garcia winner. Those fights are way bigger than what you're going to get at 154. So you can say welterweight's not that deep, but okay, depth doesn't necessarily mean anything for what's best for your career. And eventually, of course, Boots is going to move to 154. And when he moves to 154, people are going to say that, none of these fighters are great. It's like when Devin Haney moved to 140. And then people were like, who's a great fighter at 140 for him? Prograis already got beat. Taylor got beat. Lopez looks mediocre. Russell got beat. Puello's on steroids. So, he moved into a division where literally you have pound for pound stars like Tank, Shakur, and Loma. You move up to 140 and there's nobody at that level anymore. My comment about 147 division took it the wrong way. I have no issue with Boots staying at 147, none at all. Well, okay. It sounded like, especially with your follow-up comment, that you're pushing for Boots to move to 154. But at this point, my point is bigger opportunities right now exist at 147. I think the unification fight with Norman and Boots is a fight that definitely is the best fight to make. And then for your legacy as far as money, obviously the Ryan Garcia-Haney fight is the biggest money fight you can make. And then you can move to 154, take over that division, and then eventually 160, which hopefully by that time will actually be back to where it once was. Clicking on all cylinders. But at this point, yeah, I don't know. Nothing to get super excited about. But people were talking about Boots Ennis being on the pound for pound list. I know we shouldn't use BoxRec for pound because BoxRec's pound for pounds are brutal, terrible, and nothing to do with reality. Even if fighters I like are highly ranked on it. Actually, it's not so bad, but I do question the rankings. So Inouye number 1, Crawford 2, Bivol 3, Alvarez 4, Junto Nakatani, who I think is great, but there's no way Junto Nakatani deserves to be number 5 on a pound for pound list. Benavidez does not deserve to be on a pound for pound list. Beterbiev, Tron Ennis does not deserve to be on a pound for pound list. Tank Davis, people think he doesn't. He's on my list. Shakur, he's there. He is, he's not, he is, he's not. He hasn't established himself yet. Devin Haney was, but obviously he fell off. Kenshiro Taraji definitely deserves to be on the list. Jesse Bam deserves to be on the list. Usyk deserves to be on the list. Lomachenko, if he comes back and beats a Shakur, a Keyshawn, a Tank, it's going to push him back on the list. And then guys under it like Lopez, Janabek, they should not be on the list. Even though my man, he thinks that Zurdo deserves to be on the list. And I guess rightfully so. Zurdo is a unified champion at cruiserweight, obviously a 2-weight world champion. He moved up to 175 pounds, tried to become a 3-weight world champion, but lost to Bivol, who currently is obviously a pound-for-pound fighter. It's funny that this BoxRec list, right, doesn't even have Usyk in the top 10, but they still rank Usyk on the list. He's not off the list because he's a heavyweight. So then you got to ask yourself, how does their criteria work that Usyk, who's a 2-weight undisputed champion with a great resume, below guys like Junto and David Benavidez and Jaron Ennis, right? Fuck me, man. Come on. What are these people smoking, man? This shit's crazy. I think before Crawford beat Spence, was willing to fight him, there was a time of where I think Jaron's father wanted him to get a little more experience. And I guess you could say Virgil ducked Crawford, but the fight would have got canceled if the fight had been scheduled at 147. Well, woulda, coulda, woulda. The reality is Boots Ennis and Virgil both ducked Bud Crawford. They were both ranked number 1 by the WBO. Both of them choose to go in other directions. Virgil obviously chased the WBA regular title, the same as fucking the Cuban kid did, who is also pound for pound the number 1 mandatory for Bud Crawford's title. And then he chose to go get a WBA baby belt. And then Virgil followed him. And of course, then Ennis went the IBF route, which was stupid because one of the problems he's having now is the next day 10-pound rehydration, which is killing him on the scale. But you chose to go the fucking IBF route. You could have went the WBA route. You could have went the WBC route. You could have fucking went the WBO route, but you didn't want to fight Bud Crawford, right? And now you find yourself in a position where you can't make the IBF next day weigh-in. It's why I was rooting for Madrimov to beat Virgil. That's one of the reasons, one of the things regarding Madrimov that impressed me. Well, I thought Madrimov would beat Virgil because of his faster foot movement and just better foot movement, which I thought would give Virgil some problems. But Virgil fought great. It was a stellar performance from Virgil Ortiz. He definitely put himself back up there, because when he was at 147, I was super impressed with him. His first few fights at 154, well, his fight with Bolchuk definitely left room for questions. But his next performance was stellar. But that's the thing, right? Guys have great performances against certain opponents and then, look like dog shit against other opponents. And then people are quick to criticize, quick to say, exposed, right? It's like, oh my God, stop with the fucking clickbait bullshit, right? Canelo Alvarez exposed. You know who that is. But I mean, there's tons of channels that pushing that. The reality is people just got to be more realistic. I'm a Liverpool fan. Liverpool's going to win English Premier League title. But then they went out there and lost 3-2 to Fulton. Am I getting fucking all worked up and, leaving crazy messages all over social media? Of course not. It's one fucking game. Like, come on. It doesn't change them from still being the team that's going to win the title this year. They're going to win the title, even if they lost to Fulton for their second loss of the year. Whatever. People are just too emotional. But we've been on for 4 hours. I think it's time for me to feed the dog and not feed myself. But maybe I can drink some tea or some more coffee or something. But cheers, everyone. Our point is, I thought Virgil and Ennis would both fight Crawford at the drop of a hat, regardless of what happens in the past. Well, possibly, but unfortunately for them, Crawford don't need them because he's got a Canelo Alvarez fight, right? They needed him. He doesn't need them. He put in his work. He earned his payday. They're still trying to earn their paydays, right? That's boxing. Do what you got to do and jump at the chance when you get it. But thanks, everyone, for jumping in. I will see you later. Peace out. Enjoy your weekend, what's left.